is not necessarily the primary issue very often. It is often a visible expression of a deeper emotional distress such as anxiety, loneliness, depression, or even overwhelming pressures that the children have today from their environment. That added with the overexposure to cultures which seem very fascinating or which seem, which seem like an outlet away from where they are currently becomes very, very alluring. And when adolescents don't have the right emotional safety net around them, which questions their behavior, such fantasies and delusional perspectives become extremely vulnerable. I mean, this creates a lot more vulnerability within the youngsters these days. And I want to emphasize that while this is not the root cause, it is a sign that we need to look into for deeper emotional distress. The children are far more vulnerable than they used to be. The minds are exposed a lot more chaos, a lot more unfiltered content which they consume. It tends to create far more loneliness. It takes them away from the existing social systems that they have. And as a way of coping with their existing dysregulated emotions, they get further attached to such fantasies.
I also have Dr. Bhavna Bharmi, psychologist, joining me from the Fortis Escort Hospital. Dr. Bhavna Bharmi, of course, Astha has of course made a point, but I also want to talk to you about the fact that there's a lot of dopamine addiction that we're also talking about. I was speaking to a psychologist yesterday as well. Dopamine addiction could be in any form. It could be a sugar addiction, it could be a junk food addiction, it could be a gaming addiction, the fact that you want to browse through social media for multiple hours in a day and waste your time. I want to talk to you a little bit about that. If you could explain what this is and how does a person get rid of it?
I think it's a very pertinent question that you have kind of asked, because in very simple language what I would like to tell you is that when we get into this kind of an addictive statement, then there are certain symptomatologies that we need to be aware of, one of which is a preoccupation. So that means we keep thinking about that particular thing, whether it is gaming or any other form of addiction, all the time, even when we are not playing that at that point of time. And second important thing are the withdrawal symptoms. We start feeling restless, irritable, angry, anxious, or sad when trying to cut down on that addictive substance or even something like gaming. Third is tolerance. Needing to use that substance or, for example, game for longer hours or with more intensity to feel the same excitement or satisfaction. Like needing more of a substance to get the same effect is when again the body is getting into the tolerance zone. The fourth symptomatology is a loss of control. When there are repeated failed attempts to reduce, control or stop using that substance or game. And along with that, when we start giving up other activities, where we lose interest in hobbies, sports, friends, or other fun things, it used to matter because the addictive substance or game is replacing that. So the continuation despite problems is a very, very, the problems could be increased fights, reduced social interaction, family toxicity, poor grades in college or school, dysfunctional work environment, not being able to focus, sleep problems, appetite disturbances, emotional dysregulation. Despite all this coming to you with red flags, you continue that addiction. And you start coming under the garb of deception. That means we start hiding how much time we are spending on that particular substance, on that addiction, on that game, by lying to parents, friends, teachers, work colleagues, bosses, etc. So we are actually jeopardizing a lot of important things and continue this kind of a behavior. That is how we call it into our addictive spectrum.
All right, I request both my guests to stay on with me. I'll come back to you. Now let's now take a look, viewers, at what happened in the case in detail. So let me show you that, viewers, in detail. Now the Ghaziabad triple suicide, viewers, a sequence of events. This has been a very shocking case, and I'll just take you through the details. The girls woke up while the family was asleep. That's, of course, point number one. They bolted their room from inside. They threw their mobile phones outside the room. They jumped from the balcony one after another. Their bodies were found on the ground floor. So this, viewers, is what really happened. And now, of course, I'd like to go back to both the psychologists that have joined me. I want to go back to Astha Ahluwalia. Now, Astha, this is a greater problem that we're talking about, and what I want to ask you is that, you know, Astha, even in my day-to-day life, when I'm out and about, I do see that there are very small children, 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, and they have mobile phones in their hand, perhaps in a restaurant, where the parents want to perhaps distract them. Now, this kind of trend that's happening, it's absolutely baffling to me for me to even see that such young children have access to phones. And God alone knows what 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds are really doing with the mobile. What do you feel about that?
That is a very relevant point, Vishali, that the access is far too early for children, and along with that, there is very little ability to, you know, monitor that access, especially with the teenagers. There is a lot of unrestricted, unsupervised mobile access at a very young age, and unfortunately, what also happens is that is the time when the brain is still developing. Till the age of, in fact, the brain is still developing till the age of 25. So it's not only just young children, but also teenagers and young adults who are at risk of this, because their brains are still learning emotional regulation. The brain is still learning impulse control. Their identities are still being formed and formulated at that age. And because things are not fully developed, for them to become influenced and getting carried away by this excessive information becomes much more easier. Hence, there is no real world coping that is really taught. And I've said this multiple times in multiple interviews that loneliness is becoming a big problem in the younger generations, and the world is seeing loneliness despite all the forms of access and connection that we have today. But it is all through screens, and unfortunately, because of lack of emotional and social support that exists in person, and it's only virtual, the young child or even a young adult gets carried away far too easily. People tend to believe a lot of things that they see. There is a lot of emotional manipulation, and screens, they just don't entertain us. They also become a refuge for a lot of people. They sometimes are the only way a child or a young adult feels, competent or even understood. Like, we all know how algorithms work, and whatever we search or whatever we think, it starts showing up on our screens. And that is what becomes really, really difficult to regulate and monitor. And I mean, this is a big problem. It is a bigger problem in the coming years, considering how quickly the technology is improving and how quickly we are getting dependent on technology as a race now.
All right, Dr. Jayanti Datta is a psychologist. She's also joining me. Now, Dr. Datta, I want to ask you, how common is it for teenagers to adopt alternate identities online, and what does that signal psychologically?
Yes, I come across a lot of youngsters, who go on the mobile, create their second identity, and it's a kind of filled with fantasy, Today's youngsters are not only lonely, they are insecure, they are uncertain, and they have no that kind of a EQ, emotional quotient. They are threatened emotionally. They are isolated out. And the trouble is, it's not just they are harming themselves. see the suicides. I mean, there was a time we would not think of even an 8-year-old boy committing suicide or a 12-year-old girl jumping to death. But now it is becoming quite common. We had a similar kind of a case in Jaipur a few months back. Now, these 3 sisters who have committed the suicide, I don't blame only the net or the gaming. I find there is a fallacy in parenting, there is a fallacy in schooling, there is a kind of a threat from the peer group affiliation. Today's children are threatened and challenged from every corner, be it primary relationship in the household or be it outside, you know. They are not secure at home, they are exploited, they are abused, they are not secure in the school premises. The Jaipur girl, she committed suicide in the school. We had another suicide of a 10th class boy from one of the reputed schools of Delhi. Now, if we don't take cognizance of this, and you know, it's just not so easy, put a label on the mobile phone saying it's dangerous, like, you know, smoking is dangerous. I don't think people understand or take cognizance of the seriousness of the melody. It is a melody when you are losing your youngsters like this. It's not something to be, you know, only talking about in the media. It's high time one has to do something about it. I'm handling cases, you know, where the child is from primary school, again a reputed public school. And, you know, the child is not getting sleep for 6 hours or 7 hours. There is no special time given to the child by the parents. The only time they interact with the child is do the homework, do this study, there are tests coming, you have to sit for, you know, I've come across parents who take it for granted that child need not be given the facilities of the childhood. And, you know, the mobile, unfortunately, gives that solace, gives that, you know, respite to the child, where the child is not needled, child is not, you know, sort of ostracized, or child is not oppressed. The child has the freedom and can relate to that space on the mobile where he can, she can move around, you know, quietly, go to the places. The child is a child, doesn't understand what is dangerous for him or her. Now the adults don't take cognizance of it. They don't take responsibility. My take on this unfortunate scenario of the Ghaziabad is it cannot be written off only because of the gaming. These 3 children were not going to the school ever since COVID. If you didn't have money, you could have sent the children to the government school. You could have sought help. You did not. You pushed them. You kind of, you know, kept them in one room. And all these 3 sisters, I am told, were inseparable. Now, this kind of a scenario happens when the children are abused or oppressed or threatened. I wouldn't even go to the extent of saying that father should be, you know, needled, questioned, interrogated in detail. Why didn't he take any step? Is he instrumental in abating them to suicide? Maybe he threatened them, then if you don't do it, I will kill you, or something like that. One should explore that also. Now, this is high time. I think, you know, I'm aware of a couple of families here where the biological mother is exploiting the child. You know, biological father is exploiting, we've come across. Mothers are exploiting the children is something which is totally new. And you cannot just blame it on the mobile. Mobiles, I don't even believe that, you know, you should be restricting age-wise that mobile access should be banned or stopped. I think mobile should be given, but under vigilance. You should be able to control the availability of such gaming things. You know, Blue Whale was a kind of a part of learning for us that so many children, so many adolescents and adults were also committing suicide. I think it's high time, you know. Having the legalities of the laws does not bring about the change. You must really seriously mean a business. You must bring the deterrent. Recently, we had a 6-year-old girl child gang raped. Now, Nirbhaya ke waqt se we've been trying for the fast-track court, deterrent punishment. I have been going and telling from door to door, from pillar to pillar, wherever I got an opportunity. I was very closely connected with the Nirbhaya incidents. But has anything changed really? No. Sorry, it has not. Our children are becoming more vulnerable in the hands of their own parents, in the household, in the schools. I think, it's high time the government should really take cognizance and bring about some deterrent openly in the media, saying, we will not take time, we'll give the punishment straight away. Otherwise, we have no respite.
Absolutely, Dr. Jayanti Datta. You've raised many, many points and many pertinent points. And I'm very glad that you're sharing these real life incidents with our viewers, because a person really wants to know what happens at a psychologist and what kind of issues people are grappling with. And with that, I want to go across to Dr. Bhavna Bharmi. Dr. Bhavna, tell us about some of the cases that you get when it comes to children or adults, especially considering the fact that there's a lot of loneliness, a lot of depression. Dr. Bharmi, am I audible to you? Dr. Bhavna Bharmi, can you hear me? All right, we seem to have lost that connection. I want to go back to Dr. Jayanti Datta. Dr. Datta, for somebody in her 30s, I still remember those times when we just had landline phones and there were no mobiles and there were no OTT platforms, and life, when I compare it with those times, was so much more simpler, so much more relaxing. The phone clearly has become a hassle these days. The question that I want to really ask you is that, like you were also mentioning, that the father of these three girls was married to two women, and those two women happened to be sisters. So a lot of the factors, like you're mentioning, could be contributing to what these children have done. What I really want to ask you is that what are the kind of communication gaps that you're seeing between parents and children that are commonly emerging during early adolescence?
I find, it's more of a business dialogue. You do this, then you get it. And, unfortunate thing which these parents, so-called elite educated parents, are coming down to is they are not able to give that kind of a respite for the child. But the sixth class child, she's going to a very reputed public school. And I was shocked to hear she's the only child. She is a front runner, very brilliant child. The mother tells the child that if you don't get these much marks in this exam, I'm going to tell all your friends to dissociate with you. They will not communicate with you. And she did that. So, I feel these are the parents who have some psychological issues and they are hesitant to consult a professional, and they displace it on the children. So imagine the child's agony. The child is not getting 6 hours of sleep. Communication is totally devoid of any empathy. Sympathy you forget. Empathy also the parents lack, It's a demand and supply relationship. And when they say, all right, I'm giving you half an hour, go and play and come back. After that, this will. Now the play essence is totally snatched. You said about landline phone. I'm sure we were lucky, we didn't have to face these kind of brutalities in the hands of our own primary relationship. You were not scared, your parents were not scared if you were going with your bade papa, or you were going with your chacha, or you were going with your bua somewhere, they will exploit you. There was no threat. And people in the community did not think this child is belonging to that caste, that religion. Child was taken as a child. And community took the onus not to go to the police, not to go to the advocates, and they rendered the justice then and there. If you malhandled a child, the community took the onus and rendered the punishment to you. So you would not risk doing that. Today, that is not there in the house. That is not there in the family. That is not there in the school. Bangalore, long back, Smriti Irani was the minister then. when this child was repeatedly sexually abused by the music teacher, the school, reputed a school again, the school authorities said, we didn't know about it. They were holidaying in Goa. I said, please de-affiliate the whole school from the CBSE board. Then they took cognizance, we'll do something. I think it's high time, one should really look into this atmosphere. Otherwise...
All right, and now viewers, the Trade Minister Piyush Goyal is to preside over the signing ceremony of terms of reference for FTA with the Gulf Cooperation Council shortly in Delhi. Let's cut across.
A very warm welcome to you, Excellency Dr. Raja. Warm welcome to you, my colleague Jiten Prasad, other Shri Rajesh Agarwal, Commerce Secretary, our Chief Negotiator, Mr. Ajay Badhu, Additional Secretary, and all the distinguished friends from the media. A very good afternoon. Truly a momentous day when we are signing the terms of reference of yet another free trade agreement, this time with our friends from the 6 nations which comprise the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC. Many of us are aware that discussions have been going on for nearly 2 decades, that 2 trading partners, as His Excellency Dr. Raja Marzoki just mentioned, 2 trading partners who have been trading amongst each other for over 5,000 years. It is most appropriate that we now enter into a much stronger and robust trading arrangement which will enable greater free flow of goods, services, bring predictability and stability to policy, help encourage greater degree of investments, and take our bilateral relations between the 6 nation GCC group and India to greater heights. Friends, we are all aware that India is on the fast track. Not only are we the fastest growing large economy on the globe today, with quantum growth over the last decade, our strong fundamentals, the macroeconomic fundamentals, the massive reforms being carried out under the Reform Express, our effort to engage with friendly global partners with deeper agreements and arrangements. We have entered into a record 8 FTAs and will soon announce the 9th bilateral trade agreement's first tranche details with the USA, which has been agreed upon only 2 days back. Effectively, these 9 free trade agreements between India and other developed nations cover 38 countries, all of whom, 38 countries, all of whom are developed nations. The lowest per capita income of any of these countries is probably $20,000 to $25,000. These economies help us in our own thrust to modernize India, to meet the aspirations of young India, to provide opportunities for our farmers, our fishermen, our MSMEs, our manufacturing base, give our youth and women more opportunities for business, for becoming exporters, jobs, and help India achieve its stated goal of becoming a developed nation by 2047, Viksit Bharat 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. Friends, the agreement with the GCC group of 6 countries will further strengthen our relations both on a geopolitical and trading elements, will help draw greater amounts of investments, create job opportunities for Indians both in the GCC nations and in India, encourage the food security and energy security of both the GCC nations and India, and give a message to the world of our deep ties and historic relations, friendly relations. And as I believe the GCC and India come closer together, we will become a force multiplier for global good. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's leadership, the 6-nation GCC group has transformed into a strategic economic partner. Our friendship has taken newer and greater dimensions, and the strong bonds that Prime Minister Modi shares with all the leaders of the 6-nation GCC group have enabled us today to launch our discussions on this very powerful new partnership that will help us grow our engagement with the GCC. We already have a very robust, nearly 179 billion bilateral trade between the GCC countries and India. I believe a number of products and services required by the GCC countries can be provided by our young, very talented and skilled Indians, as the GCC countries can help us with further diversification and growth of our energy sources, opportunities for our youth, and massive amounts of investments that different countries have already committed at different point of time, which will further get an impetus with a free trade agreement between India and the GCC nations. We already have about 10 million Indians living and working in the GCC region, helping power the economies of the GCC and working as a living bridge between our societies, between our nations. I am very confident that going forward, this block level FTA, we already have an FTA with Oman and UAE, but an FTA, a more holistic, comprehensive FTA with all the 6 nations of the Middle East, the Gulf Cooperation Council nations, will further give comfort to businesses on both sides, expand our trust, which over 5,000 years has taken very strong dimensions, and will help us grow sectors like food processing, which will help our farmers and fishermen in a very big way, giving them bigger opportunities for value-added products, which are already exported to the GCC nations in substantial measure, which will get a big boost with elimination of duties, tariffs, and non-tariff barriers. We will also get a foothold to grow Indian infrastructure and the infrastructure in the GCC together with the high-quality companies that are working in the space of infrastructure. Our petrochemical industry will hugely benefit with this partnership. Our information and communication technology, the ICT companies, will get opportunities in the ever-growing GCC market, and collectively, the 6 nations and India will continue to play an increasingly important role in the global arena. Congratulations, friends, to both the teams on the execution, on the finalization of the terms of reference. I look forward to working very closely with the GCC nations for mutual benefit for both the GCC and India, and further strengthening one more partnership and take the country forward on a fast track under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Thank you.
Rumi Mishra is joining me with more details. Rumi, what?
Yes, so Vaishali, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, as we can see, has just signed the terms of reference for the India GCC FTA. He has stated that this block level FTA, of course, we had a pre-existing FTA with Oman and other nations. This block level FTA in particular will give comfort to Indian businesses, farmers, and help India in food processing. It will also be very helpful for our fishermen and the fishery sector in particular. India and the 6-nation Gulf Cooperation Council have agreed on these terms to start negotiations for a free trade agreement. This is going to be the 9th FTA that India signs after January 2025. Remember, India recently just signed, has in fact agreed upon terms for a trade deal with USA as well. Apart from the UAE and Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain and Oman are also part of the GCC. The Union Minister has made the announcement as India and the Gulf nations bloc signed the terms of reference. Goyal has stated that the robust trading arrangement would enable a greater free flow of goods and services and will encourage more investments. This marks yet another step for India in boosting economic ties with other countries. This agreement between India and the GCC comes weeks after UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan paid a visit to India, which was a trip that had sparked buzz due to its short duration. The UAE President stayed in India only for 3 hours, during which he also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and both leaders had reviewed the full scope. Remember, they also shared a car ride, which of course Prime Minister broke the rules that he has for himself, and that shows the great amount of friendship that India has with the UAE. Over to you, Vaishali.
Manohar Kesri joining me with more details. मनोहर, इसके बारे में आप हमें और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? All right, viewers, we'll try and reconnect with my colleague.
उन्होंने निर्णय लिया है, हमारा पहला ट्रांच बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का लगभग तैयार हो गया है. हमारी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 दिन में हम एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका और भारत के बीच में फाइनलाइज करके साइन कर देंगे, और उस जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट के आधार पर शुरुआत हो जाएगी हमारे दोनों के बीच में इस समझौते की पहली कड़ी. साथ ही साथ एक फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट ड्राफ्ट हो रहा है जिसको शायद महीना भर 1.5 महीना लग सकता है, और उस फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट को मिड मार्च तक साइन करने का अंदाजा है. लेकिन 18% जो यूएस टैरिफ्स घटने हैं वो जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट अनाउंस होने के बाद एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर द्वारा यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका कर देगा। उसके 1-2 दिन बाद वो एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर बनाते हैं ना, and he has to sign an executive order. जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट 4-5 दिन में, और जल्दी भी हो सकता है। आप तो जानते ही हमने हर एक चीज जल्दी की है, स्पीड हमारी यूएसपी है। हाँ, जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट के बाद एक एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर के माध्यम से ये 18% लागू होगा।
जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट हर कंट्री के साथ एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट आया है आफ्टर द डील हैज बीन फाइनलाइज्ड एट द लीडर्स लेवल। So that joint statement will come, as Honorable Minister pointed out, in next maximum 4-5 days. It can happen early, as Honorable Minister has indicated. 2, once the joint statement is there, that joint statement needs to be converted into a legal agreement. That legal agreement will come into force. We are targeting for March, mid-March, as Honorable Minister has decided. We will try to meet to those timelines. This legal agreement will give us the authority to reduce our tariffs, because on Indian side, the tariffs reduction is only after a legal agreement, because their tariffs are executive tariffs. Our tariffs are MFN tariffs. So MFN tariffs reduction only can take place after the legal agreement has been signed. So that will only happen after the legal agreement has been signed. Yeah.
But
so
we hope to do it fast, maybe because there are further concessions that we will get after the legal agreement. No, there is no investment commitment. वो बोलने में शायद कभी चूक हो जाती है। ऐसा है कि we already have stated on record in Parliament and otherwise that the fast-paced growth at which India is going ahead in our journey in the Amrit Kal to Viksit Bharat 2047, we will need large volumes of energy. We will need large number of data center equipments, ICT products. Our steel capacity is going to double from today's 140 million tons to about 300 million tons in the next few years. And therefore, when we estimated what we will need from the USA, we came to a figure of at least $500 billion. We can clearly see before our eyes as potential that we can procure from the United States of America over the next 5 years. Our aircraft demand alone, orders placed on Boeing and yet to be placed but ready, are nearly $70-80 billion. If you add the engines and other spare parts, it will probably cross $100 billion. Just aircrafts alone. Data centers have just been given huge concessions in the budget. Now imagine if we get $100-150 billion of investments in data centers, we will obviously need equipment for those data centers. So I think the time is ripe for India to boldly go forward to achieve, and don't mix up the two, the target of $500 billion bilateral trade, which was set in the February 2025 announcement joint statement between USA and India, between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. When they met in February 25, we had set a target of $500 billion of bilateral trade. And if we have to achieve that, we will certainly need to do a lot more exports and a lot more sourcing, both from between USA and India. Sorry? Massively, massively.
Sir, on that, sir, one point if I can add, sir. You need to note that all the things that we have committed to buy as part of this deal with United States, our current purchases from Globe are $300 billion plus. In the next 5 years, these purchases are going to be $2 trillion. If we are able to buy $500 billion from US, it will only add to our diversification and resilience in our supply chain. So it is something which is win-win for India also.
Thank you. it is being done virtually. Thank you.
मनोहर केसरी is joining me with more details. मनोहर, आप हमें और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
देखिए बिल्कुल आज कल एक कार्यक्रम वैश्विक हुआ है, ये काफी गलत है। इसके लिए फायदेमंद आपके जो विश्व में लगातार 40 करोड़ देश में अमेरिका के पास, तो ऐसे में आज वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस के साथ जो है कि हमारा जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ उसमें भारत के कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हैं पीयूष गोयल, उन्होंने इसे लीड किया, प्रिसाइड किया और फाइनल सेरेमनी इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आने वाले टाइम में जो हमारे 6 गल्फ कंट्रीज जिस काउंसिल के मेंबर्स हैं, चाहे संयुक्त अरब अमीरात की बात हो, ईरान की बात हो, कतर की बात हो या दूसरे कंट्रीज की बात हो, उनके साथ जिस तरह से हमारा ट्रेड बढ़ इस तरह से हमने पहले भी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट किया है, तो अब कुछ देशों के साथ देखिए कि जो बायलेटरल ट्रेड हो रहा है 178.5 बिलियन US$ है। तो इस तरह से अगर हम इसके साथ और FTA अगर होता है तो हम 40 बार अमेरिका के साथ हो रहा है, जो अभी भी 18% बनाई थी, उन्होंने 25% से 3% कम कर दिया है। इससे आने वाले समय में एक्सपोर्ट और इम्पोर्ट से बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होगा और ये आज का दिन काफी ज्यादा हिस्टोरिक है।
जी मनोहर, शुक्रिया जानकारी के लिए. And I have Mithali Nikore, who's an economist, who's joining me on the broadcast. Mithali, welcome. And now, from an economic standpoint, how significant is an India-GCC FTA for India's growth story?
So thanks a lot for having me on the show, Vaishali. And honestly, I think this is truly a historical week if we think about it, because the week began with the India-EU free trade agreement.
All right, viewers. So this, of course, is the big free trade deal that we're talking about. Now, this is, of course, a launch of we're talking about the free trade agreement, which is, of course, happening, and the Commerce and Industry Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, is, of course, presiding over the signing ceremony of this FTA with the GCC. Let me tell you what the GCC really is. Now, the GCC is a union of 6 countries in the Gulf region, inclusive of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Bahrain. I have Mithali Nikore, who's an economist, who's joining me on the broadcast. Mithali, we were unable to hear you earlier, but it's the same question that I want to ask you.
Thank you, Vaishali. I was just saying that it's really been a historic week. If we think about the trade for India, if we think about international trade for India, because we started with the India-EU trade deal, and then it was interspersed with the Indo-US, thaw, and the tweet, which made several headlines. And now today we are here announcing the free trade agreement with the Gulf countries. So honestly, I think all around one of the best weeks in international trade for India in a very long time.
And Mithali, I want to ask you now, does this FTA address India's current trade challenges, or is it more strategic than economic?
I think, when we think about this FTA, so just think about, where India is positioning itself globally. India is putting itself in the center of global value chains, because today, if we export or import anything from Europe, it's duty-free. If we export or import anything from the Gulf countries, it's duty-free. Think about the seamless movement of, essential commodities like oil. It almost creates like a free trade oil corridor, which goes through India, Europe, and in India and the GCC countries, trading oil freely together. This is really one of the most interesting, advances in the value chain on oil. And not only oil, of course, this benefits a lot of other commodities, but of course the biggest gainer being energy exports and imports.
All right, Mithali, I also want to know from you now which Indian export sectors are likely to gain the most under an India GCC FTA?
So as I mentioned, the first, of course, is oil, and we are talking about oil because of the fact that, of course, we are importing from the GCC countries, but at the same time, we would also be, processing this energy and processing this oil and then exporting it to other countries around the world, particularly Europe. So there's a huge benefit in terms of that. But also when we think about sectors like gems and jewelry, when we think about sectors like pharmaceuticals, when we think about sectors like auto components and auto parts, when we think about machinery and equipment, engineering goods, all of these sectors suddenly get a huge boost because the entire GCC market opens up to them for duty-free access just in the same time as the Europe market opened up for them. And the regulatory barriers, in both these, the regulatory compliances actually that are required in both these markets are quite similar. So actually it makes it very easy for manufacturers in India to gear up to service both markets.
And do you think, Mithali, that could cheaper imports from GCC nations hurt domestic producers in any sector?
So definitely, I mean, if we think about some of the sectors where, GCC countries are competitive, that does include, of course, energy products. It includes even some, pockets in terms of cement that comes in. If we look at some of the heavy commodities, that is the case. But very honestly, GCC countries are reliant on India and several other global south countries for a number of consumer goods and for FMCG products. And these products will definitely stand to gain under the new trade agreement.
Mithali, just to understand from you, how do you think this agreement would impact India's trade deficit with the Gulf region?
So the thing is that I don't think that it will have, I mean, it's not as though we would be able to bridge that gap too much, because if you think about it, the main reason for the deficit is because of oil imports. And, oil imports coming into India, from the Gulf region are one of the most important imports for India's energy security. In fact, rather than thinking about the trade deficit, I would suggest we think about the cost of trading and the cost of importing oil. And with this free trade agreement, we can bring down the cost of importing oil because even India would have had to give certain concessions on custom duties on oil. And it makes a lot of sense for our population, for the cost of, this oil import to come down because it brings down inflation, it, enhances the investment scenario, and it makes it easier for small businesses to access electricity and energy at a lower cost.
All right. Mithali, now given India's dependence on Gulf energy, can this FTA improve price stability or supply security?
So definitely it can, do both. But more importantly, I think this seals the relationship between India and the GCC countries for not only trade, like we've seen even with Europe and we've seen even with the UK, but also for joint investment. And there are several new areas in which the GCC countries want to invest. They want to invest in renewable energy. They want to invest in AI-first technology. They want to invest in, space technology, and all of these areas are areas where joint investment with Indian firms can actually take the GCC countries forward as well, and both the, regions forward. So I think it's really a win-win-win.
But Mithali, anywhere that do you think there's a risk of over-reliance on the GCC for critical commodities?
So I think our main reliance on the GCC countries really comes from, the oil imports. And definitely, I think we have to look into the fine print of the deal. I mean, that's not yet come out. We'll definitely look into the fine print of the deal, and then we would be able to comment further.
And Mithali, now when it comes to investment and capital flows, do you expect increased FDI from GCC sovereign funds as a result of this FTA?
Definitely, I expect, a huge boost in FDI coming from GCC countries to India. But I also expect a huge increase in investment from India to the GCC countries. And both those developments are extremely welcome because at the end of the day, it is the GCC countries which are growing very fast, which are getting in expats from across the world to come and actually live there. There's a huge consumption market that's, quadrupling, and definitely it can have a huge, benefit on the two economies.
All right, Mithali, now how important, in your opinion, is regulatory certainty in attracting long-term Gulf investments?
Thanks, Vaishali. And with this, I'll have to actually leave. So I'll just make my last remark, which is that, on the regulatory uncertainty, we really have to wait for the fine print of the deal to come out. Because, when the deal actually is signed, after that, we will be provided with the documents and we can then look through the documents, and only then will we know, how are the regulations and the sector-by-sector tariffs and the sector-by-sector duty exemptions, how are those changing? Or is it that we are going to be doing away with the sectoral differences and really be doing, country-level changes? So, and also regional level changes. So I think that just remains to be seen in the fine print of the documents.
All right, Mithali, thanks for joining me on the broadcast. And with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। कभी खेलों के मानचित्र पर उत्तर प्रदेश सिर्फ संभावनाओं का नाम था, पर 2017 के बाद संभावनाएं संरचना बनी। जनपदों में स्टेडियम, ब्लॉकों में मिनी स्टेडियम और गांव में मैदान। खेल अब शहरों तक सीमित नहीं रहे। लखनऊ से मेरठ, वाराणसी से अयोध्या, ग्रेटर नोएडा से गोरखपुर। मैदानों पर सिर्फ खिलाड़ी नहीं, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इवेंट्स उतरे। खेलो इंडिया, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स, मोटो जीपी, डेविस कप, बैडमिंटन से लेकर खो खो तक। उत्तर प्रदेश अब मेजबान भी है और दावेदार भी। प्रतिभाओं को मिला मंच, प्रशिक्षण और सम्मान। आज उत्तर प्रदेश खेलों में सिर्फ भाग नहीं लेता, दिशा तय करता है। यह है बदलाव की कहानी, मेहनत की पहचान और भविष्य की स्वर्णिम उड़ान। ये है आत्मविश्वास, लगन और विजय का गूंजता संदेश। ये है नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4%.
Hello, you're watching Newsx, and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, the police has uncovered a murder plot after a newlywed couple from Rajasthan, Ashish and Anju's evening walk, turned into a nightmare when a vehicle hit them. While the man died on the spot, the wife was robbed of her gold jewelry and left unconscious on the road. The couple had gotten married 3 months ago. According to the police, the vowman Anju Sharma planned the murder of her newlywed husband with her boyfriend and 2 others. Ajay Sharma is joining me with more details. Ajay, आप हमें इसके बारे में और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
देखिए, जो ये मामला जो आया है, मतलब इसको एक हत्या करने के बाद में एक एक्सीडेंट या इसको एक दुर्घटना दिखाने का प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन जब जांच आई, मामला खुला तो पता लगा कि ये हत्या का मामला है। जी।
All right, Ajay, shukriya सारी जानकारी के लिए. बने रहिए हमारे साथ. Now, the case took a shocking turn when the cops suspected something fishy in the details, as Anju kept changing her statements. Anju, aged 23, told the police that she and her husband had stepped out for an evening walk when an unidentified vehicle hit Ashish and her. She also claimed that she was robbed of the gold jewelry that she was wearing. Ajay Sharma is back with me. Ajay, जो नई डिटेल्स इमर्ज हो रही हैं कि उन्होंने गोल्ड ज्वेलरी भी पहनी थी, उसके बारे में आप हमें और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
गोल्ड ज्वेलरी तो एक नाटक रचा गया, मैम। इसको एक नाटक रचा गया कि जो पत्नी थी उसने अपने प्रेमी के साथ मिलकर, और उसके 2 साथी और थे अन्य भी, और उनसे पहले ही ये एक तयशुदा एक रचा गया एक षड्यंत्र था, जिसके तहत उनको जो हमलावर थे उनको पहले ही बता दिया गया था कि हम रात को घूमने के लिए घर से बाहर इस टाइम निकलते हैं। तो उसी को लेकर जो हमलावर थे वहीं सड़क के इर्द गिर्द छुपे हुए थे, और उन्होंने जैसे ही घूमने के लिए पति और पत्नी निकले और अपने षड्यंत्र के जो रचा था पहले, उसी के आधार पे उन्होंने जो आशीष था, आशीष के सिर के अंदर वार किए। वार करने के बाद में और उसके जो ज्वेलरी थी अंजू की, उसको साथ लेके वहां से अंजू ने वहां से उनको भगा दिया। कि एक ऐसा पुलिस को मतलब गुमराह करने का प्रयास किया गया, और उसको एक घटना और लूटपाट दिखाने का प्रयास किया गया।
जी, शुक्रिया अजय. We are moving now to the MEA press briefing.
Jessica.
Hi, sir. This is Jessica for DD India. So, could you tell us more about the critical minerals ministerial that Dr. Jaishankar took part in, along with 50 other nations? Some more details about what all was discussed and what all is being planned.
Rishabh.
Sir, good afternoon. Rishabh from Times Now. So there was a bipartisan US delegation that came to India last week If you can give us more details, what were the discussions like and what were the main focus of the delegation?
Okay, Reza.
Reza from Hindustan Times. Just a quick clarification on the critical minerals ministerial. There is talk about US creating a stockpile of critical minerals. Are we looking at joining that? And if there is any clarity on how materials will be allocated from that stockpile?
Okay, so let's, Ayushi, first come to your question. Insofar as India's energy security or energy sourcing is concerned, the government has stated publicly on several occasions, including me here, that ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion Indians is the supreme priority of the government. Diversifying our energy sourcing in keeping with objective market conditions and evolving international dynamics is at the core of our strategy to ensure this. All of India's decisions are taken and will be taken with this in mind. भारत की ऊर्जा आपूर्ति के संबंध में भारत ने कई मौकों पर सार्वजनिक रूप से कहा है कि 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का हित, उनकी ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना हमारी सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए बाजार स्थितियों और बदलते अंतर्राष्ट्रीय घटनाक्रमों के अनुरूप अपनी ऊर्जा स्रोतों में विविधता लाना हमारी रणनीति का मूल आधार है। भारत के सभी कदम इस बात को ध्यान में रखकर उठाए गए हैं और भविष्य में भी उठाए जाएंगे। Also, since she asked related question to Venezuela, so I would like to answer that as well. See, as far as Venezuela is concerned, it has been a long-standing partner for us in the area of energy, both on the trade side and as also on the investment side. We were importing energy or crude oil from Venezuela till 2019-20, and thereafter we had to stop. Again, we started buying oil from Venezuela in 2023-2024, but had to stop, which were halted because of reimposition of sanctions. As you are aware that Indian PSUs, they have established partnership with the National Oil Company of Venezuela, PDVSA, and they have our PSUs have maintained presence in the country since 2008. Consistent with our approach to energy security, India remains open to exploring the commercial merits of any crude supply options, including from Venezuela. In regard to your question, Commerce and Industry Minister has already spoken. In fact, today also he has given a statement, so I would refer you to please have a look at those statements for clarity on the issues that you raised. Keshav, responding to your question regarding report by Bloomberg, I would like to say that there is absolutely no basis for that report. No such meeting or no such visit has taken place. On Iran, the 16 sailors that you mentioned, we've had consular access. Our consulate in Bandar Abbas, our officials in Bandar Abbas, they have gone and met them. Of those 16, 8 people, this is what we have been informed by the Iranian authorities, 8 of them have been released and they will be returning home as and when necessary formalities in their regard for the travel is completed. In regard to the other the remaining 8 sailors, we are in touch with Iranian authorities and we'll see how best to support them for whatever need they may have. On critical minerals partnership, Jessica, External Affairs Minister, attended this meeting, which was hosted by the US side. We had over 50 countries who participated. If I remember correctly, 54 plus European Union, 54 countries plus European Union participated in the meeting. External Affairs Minister was there. He, after he made a made his remarks, and in his remarks he highlighted the challenges of excessive concentration and the importance of de-risking supply. He also talked about structured international cooperation. He also highlighted India's efforts towards greater resilience through national critical mineral mission that we have, a rare earth corridor and responsible commerce, and he conveyed support for the FORGE initiative that has been set in motion post this critical minerals partnership. Reza, in regard to your question, I don't have any further details, but I can tell you that India is supportive of FORGE initiative, which in a sense replaces critical mineral initiatives that was there earlier in place. Rishabh, on your question regarding the US delegation, this delegation comprising 3 congressmen, they visited India from 25th to 27th. We have regular exchanges with the US Congress members and us, regular dialogue, conversations going, and it's an important part of our India-US comprehensive strategic partnership that we have. These 3 congressmen who were here, they were Representative Mike Rogers, he's a Republican from Alabama, Representative Adam Smith, he's a Democrat from Washington, and Representative Jimmy Patronis, he's a Republican from Florida. It was a bipartisan delegation that we had here. They were also accompanied by senior staff members. They had a meeting, they called on the External Affairs Minister. They also had a meeting with Defense Secretary. Discussion centered around bilateral ties, bilateral cooperation, matters of trade, Ukraine issue, what we are doing together in the Indo-Pacific. They also had a meeting with industry leaders, in particular in the defense sector. So overall, it was a good meeting, and the fact that it was a bilateral, bipartisan congressional delegation from the US reflects that there is strong bipartisan support for India-US relations. Can we move forward? Uma?
उमाशंकर सिंह, इंडिपेंडेंट जर्नलिस्ट। हमने विदेश मंत्री की तरफ से आया बयान भी देखा है और कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से आया बयान भी देखा है। सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह के बयान अमेरिका की तरफ से आ रहे हैं, चाहे कृषि मंत्री की तरफ से हों या व्हाइट हाउस प्रवक्ता की तरफ से, क्या लगता है कि जिस सेंसिटिविटी नेचर का ये डील है उसमें इस तरह का आगे बढ़ के बयान देना, जबकि वर्क स्टिल अंडर प्रोग्रेस है, तो क्या वो किसी तरह से डिप्लोमेटिक नॉर्म्स का उल्लंघन है?
ओके, मधु।
सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से। एलएसी की जो स्थिति है, खासतौर पे डिसइंगेजमेंट और पेट्रोलिंग की बहाली को लेकर, उस पर कई तरह के सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं और एक किताब को भी कोट किया जा रहा है जो अनपब्लिश्ड है। चूंकि दोनों ही बातचीत में एमईए पार्टिसिपेंट रहा है, चाहे डब्ल्यूएमसीसी की बात करें या कोर कमांडर लेवल टॉक की बात करें, तो क्या जो मौजूदा स्थिति है उसको एमईए अपने डैश से स्पष्ट करना चाहेगा?
Sir, I have a related question. Dhairy from Sputnik India. I have a related question about the Russian oil, sir, issue. Sir, what's being suggested in pro-establishment US media like Fox News and others is that the US agreed to a trade deal after India agreed to stop purchasing Russian oil. So I just want a clarification if the US asked India to stop purchasing Russian oil as a precondition for agreeing to a trade deal. And sir, on a related note, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said yesterday that India-Russia energy cooperation has been mutually beneficial for both the countries and has helped maintain stability in international crude market. Do you share that assessment, sir? Thank you.
Brahm.
सर, ब्रह्म प्रकाश दुबेजी न्यूज़ से। मेरा सवाल सर यूएस के साथ ट्रेड डील को लेकर है। जिस तरह से अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति ने ट्वीट किया था, उसके बाद से भारत की तरफ से कोई उस पर ऑफिशियल जानकारी सामने नहीं आई थी, तो क्या ये भारत की तरफ से मामला उठाया गया है? क्योंकि यूएस की तरफ से लगातार ट्रेड डील पर बयान आ रहे हैं, लेकिन भारत की तरफ से इस पर कोई स्थिति स्पष्ट नहीं है। संसद में भी इसी बात को लेकर विपक्ष मुद्दा उठा रहा है कि क्या ये दबाव में फैसला किया गया या स्थिति क्या है, या कृषि क्षेत्र खोला गया है अमेरिका के लिए, ये क्या नहीं, अगर आप स्थिति स्पष्ट करें। थैंक यू।
Kadambini Sharma, independent journalist. Sir, just a clarification about Venezuelan oil. Will it be coming via US, and if so, what is the legality and long-term legal viability of this?
Okay. So, उमा शंकर, आपका पहला सवाल, देखिए व्यापार समझौता के लेके बारे में कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री और कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हमारे वाणिज्य मंत्री का बयान आया है और उन्होंने एक प्रेस वार्ता भी किया था जिसमें शायद आप लोग में से काफ़ी लोग वहां गए थे। उसके अलावा कल उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में भी अपनी बात रखी है और आज भी कुछ स्टेटमेंट जारी किया है। तो मैं आपसे चाहूँगा कि आपसे आग्रह करूँगा कि आप उन स्टेटमेंट पे ध्यान दें। उसके आगे मेरे लिए कुछ कहने के लिए नहीं है और उसमें काफ़ी सारी स्पष्टता भी है, तो आपको उससे लाभ होगा। मधु, जहाँ तक चीन का सवाल है, LAC का सवाल है, जब जब हमारी द्विपक्षीय वार्ता होती है तो हम आपको अपने माध्यम से, हमारे प्रेस विज्ञप्ति के माध्यम से आपको बताते हैं कि किस प्रकार की कोशिश चल रही है वहाँ पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने के लिए। आपको हम इस पर जानकारी देते रहेंगे। जहाँ तक किताब की बात कही और सब चीज़ों की बात कही, तो उस पर मेरे ख्याल से पिछले कुछ दिनों में, सालों में उस पर बातचीत हुई है। रक्षा मंत्रालय का भी कुछ इस पर निर्णय लिया है। आप उस बात को देखें कि क्या उनका क्या रवैया रहा है, क्या रुख रहा है, किस प्रकार का पक्ष उन्होंने इस पर रखा है। There on energy sourcing, I told you what Government of India's policy is, and in the beginning when I started this conference, I told you where we are on energy sourcing, so I would refer you to my remarks made earlier. ब्रह्म, देखिए कृषि क्षेत्र के बारे में चाहे कोई और भी मुद्दे हैं, इस पे स्पष्ट रूप से हमारे वाणिज्य मंत्री ने कहा है, उन्होंने अपना स्टेटमेंट जारी किया है, बातें की हैं, तो उससे मेरे ख्याल से आप अगर उस स्टेटमेंट को पढ़ें तो उसमें आपको उसमें काफ़ी सारी स्पष्टता मिल जाएगी। ऑन वेनेजुएला अगेन, कादम्बिनी, we have, as I told you, there's a history of engagement with Venezuela. We have long-standing energy partnership with them, and we remain open to exploring options of availability of crude oil from Venezuela and other places, depending on its commercial viability. Neeraj?
सर, नीरज हूँ, Newsx इंडिया से। जमाते इस्लामी ने घोषणा पत्र जारी किया है, बांग्लादेश चुनाव को लेकर कुछ वादे किए हैं। उसमें भारत के साथ कंस्ट्रक्टिव, पीसफुल और फ्रेंडली रिलेशन हो, इसका जिक्र किया है। भारत इस कमेंट को कैसे देखता है, जबकि भारत का बार बार ये कहना है कि भारत बांग्लादेश में समावेशी चुनाव चाहता है, जबकि अवामी लीग को उस चुनाव में शामिल होने की परमिशन नहीं है।
नीरज?
सर नमस्कार, नीरज दुबे हूँ प्रभा साक्षी से। सर, ओमान में मीटिंग होनी है अमेरिका और ईरान की, इसको भारत कैसे देखता है? और विदेश मंत्री जयशंकर जी की मार्को रूबियो से जो बातचीत में ईरान को लेकर क्या कुछ वार्ता हुई, इस पर अगर कुछ प्रकाश डालना चाहें।
मेघा?
Good afternoon, sir. Megha from Newsx. My question about the statement that has been released just now by the Commerce Minister, saying that there is going to be a joint statement that is going to be issued both by US and Indian officials. Is it going to be physically issued in India or in America? Are there any American officials expected to come to India or any Indian officials headed to United States of America? And also about the FTA, he said by mid-March is what is expected that the FTA is going to be signed. Is it going to be signing of the deal virtually, physically? Is the Prime Minister going to America or the US President coming to India?
Raghavendra?
Yeah. So this is Raghavendra Verma from German television ZDF. This is regarding the European Union trade deal. So what, do we have a timeline of the actual signing of the deal? Is it correct that presently only the legal vetting of the details of the deal has been pending? And with the US deal, would it be similar one, something which will be signed and then later on vetted? And what would be the actual deal? And in India, the process goes only to the approval through cabinet and not from the parliament. Is it correct, unlike European Union?
Manas?
Good afternoon. Just a little clarification. There has been confusion about the US tariff now. In fact, as of now, what is the tariff actually? It is 18% from 25%, or it is 18% from 50%. And any effect? I mean, do you think President Trump has jumped the gun on the trade deal?
ओके सो फर्स्ट नीरज, आपका सवाल देखिए, बांग्लादेश में जो चुनाव होना है उसके बारे में हमने कई दफ़ा हमारा अपना पक्ष रखा है, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि आप जो हम लोगों ने इस पर बात रखी है, समावेशी चुनाव के बारे में कहा है, उस पर आप ध्यान दें। नीरज, ईरान वाली बात, देखिए ऐसा है ना कि चुनाव के मुद्दे पे हम लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी है ना। नीरज, आपका सवाल ईरान को लेके है। भारतीय विदेश मंत्री की यात्रा 3 और 4 को अमेरिका की हुई है। इस दरमियान उन्होंने वहाँ के विदेश मंत्री से अपनी बातचीत की, साथ ही साथ वहाँ के जो ट्रेजरी सेक्रेटरी हैं उनसे भी बातचीत हुई है, और दोनों देशों के बीच में, दोनों नेताओं के बीच में कई सारे मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई, जिसमें कि भौगोलिक मुद्दे भी हैं, रीजनल इश्यूज भी हैं और ग्लोबल इश्यूज भी हैं। Mega, again, Commerce Minister has given you several details in his statements. Again, today also he has spoken about the various aspects relating to the trade deal. So I would request you to please look at those details that have been shared. And if there are further developments in this regard, we'll surely share them with you. Raghavendra, on India-UE FTA, there are internal, as you know, last week, we had the signing of this historic landmark trade deal. Now, the trade deal, the trade agreement, they have to undergo internal processes in both sides, in the European Union and also here in India. But let me tell you, both sides remain politically committed to implement the agreement as soon as possible.
I have Aditya Vadhavan joining me with more details. Aditya, what more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. Indeed, Vaishali, it's a very, the MEA has just, did a weekly press briefing that it does. To definitely on the Venezuelan oil, the MEA has released a statement wherein they have said that Venezuela has been a long-standing partner of India in the energy sector, encompassing trade and investments. The country was among India's major source of crude oil until financial year 2019-2020, which were discontinued following sanctions. Imports from Venezuela resumed in financial year 2023-24 before being halted again due to the reimposition of sanctions. Indian public sector undertakings have had a partnership with Venezuela's national oil company, PDVSA, and have been maintaining a presence in Venezuela since 2008. Consistent with India's approach to energy security, India remains open to exploring the commercial merits of any new crude supply options, including from Venezuela. And Vishali, if you see on the Russian oil, the statement that has been released by MEA, that insofar as India's energy sourcing is concerned, the government has stated publicly on several occasions that ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion Indians is the supreme priority of the government. Diversifying our energy sourcing in keeping with objective market conditions and evolving international dynamics is at the core of our strategy to ensure this. All of India's actions are taken and will be taken with this in mind. Vaishali, back to you.
Thanks, Aditya, for joining me. And with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break.
जो भी पके ऐसा पके जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए पिसी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला असली मसाले सच सच MDH
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
All right, well, India is resetting its trade ties with the world under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the signal is clear. At a time of global uncertainty and tariff wars, India has secured major trade wins. From the United States to Europe, from the UK to the Gulf, the India-US trade deal marks a turning point. And after months of friction, New Delhi and Washington DC have moved towards a more stable and predictable trade partnership, expanding market access. This comes even as India has sealed or advanced key free trade agreements with the EU, the UK, Australia and UAE, and the EFTA nations, opening new markets and cutting tariffs for Indian exporters. This global push is backed by strong economic fundamentals at home. India remains one of the fastest growing major economies. Inflation has moderated and the fiscal deficit is on a consolidation path. Together, this points to an economy that is both resilient and credible. The bigger picture is a diplomatic and economic reset. India has rebalanced its trade ties with the most major nations, positioning itself as a confident, reliable and independent global economic power. And as the global trade maps are redrawn, India is making sure it has a seat at the table. We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the program is Ambassador Veena Sikri, former diplomat, Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, also with us on the show. Dr. Sharat Kohli, senior economist, also joins us on the program. Last but not the least, Mr. Pathikrit Pine, foreign affairs expert, with us on the broadcast as well. Dr. Kohli, I'll begin with you. Well, the US trade deal is a very good one, provided that whatever as India has hoped for and whatever India has been conservative about with the Americans is honored. But, this is perhaps the character that citizens of the country were looking towards. That, if your plan does not work out with the Americans, there are greener pastures, there are newer markets to look to. Just look at, the trade that happened between India and China, Dr. Kohli, last year. It's the highest ever recorded. So obviously India did not just sit and brood that we are not getting along with the Americans when it comes to trade. We actually went out there and did something about it, while the Americans realized that they need to come back to us.
Good evening, Vineet, to you, my fellow panelists and the viewers. I think, yes, I totally agree. In fact, what we did with the European Union and our increased trade with China, and our deals with the United Kingdom, with Australia, with New Zealand, with UAE, I think all these contributed to speeding up, because there was somebody watching out there. The Trump administration was watching that the reason why we had held it back, to bring down India to a point where they are not able to export goods. Whereas what was happening on the ground was completely the contrary. So I think somewhere these deals, they helped in speeding up things. Each deal, in fact, if you ask me, each successive deal led to another deal, and all combined together led to father of all deals. But however, in this deal, I have a few, not exactly doubts, but if you ask me, I have a few inhibitions. And that inhibition is that, first of all, the deal is not signed yet. It's been verbally confirmed. And then, they have to come down to India, and a joint press conference which the Commerce Minister spoke of yesterday. So that has to happen, a joint declaration has to come. Because knowing President Trump, I have, you always wonder, the unpredictability of his mindset. And, the flip-flop which happens here and there. So that's one concern. My second concern is there are certain things in the deal, like $500 billion, zero tariff, Russian oil. I feel some of the statements made along with the deal, the 18%, were sort of unilateral. And we still need to see, how much of that is ratified by Government of India. So those are the few inhibitions I have. I won't say that we have doubt. It's a very welcome deal, and about $50–60 billion of exports now suddenly picking up. And I think one country which should be worried after this whole episode, and I'm sure my co-panelist, Ambassador Sekhri and Sumit and Pathikrit would also agree, it must be causing some kind of discomfort to China for that matter, because China, Russia, India, you remember that huddle which happened some time ago, and our increased bilateral trade with China. In fact, a lot of export had picked up from India to China, which was a rare, because we were basically importers from China, but some of the export has also picked up. I'm sure it was about a little bit of Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai thing which had come up after the US thing happened. So we are now wondering, these changed equations, or shall I say ever-changing global order, ever-changing geopolitical and geo-economic order. I'm sure it is making countries think and rethink and then rethink. So that is one thing. Yeah. But yes, India is in a win-win situation right now. We have the best of all ends, shall I say. The common saying is best of both ends. We have best of all ends. We've got increased trade with China. We've done a deal with Europe. So we are in, I remember the Reserve Bank of India calling India in a Goldilocks moment last time, when the numbers came out for GDP and inflation and so, because low inflation, high growth. And I add a third dimension to it: low inflation, high growth, number of trade deals, and leading to high exports as well. We already had $870 odd billion as far as exports are concerned. But I think I would consider this victory comprehensive when we are able to bring down the imports, although some imports are healthy because they are raw material. But I think the imports need to be brought down, because the imports from China is one matter of concern, if you ask me, because I know the kind of things being imported. And there are a lot of things, Vineet, by the way, where we import as a ready-made product. And a lot of Indian manufacturers who used to be manufacturers, they've now become importers. They put their stamp, and it is called some Khemchand, some das, and it becomes an Indian product. So that's one area of concern which I have as an economist and as a business analyst, that the imports must go down. So our next target should be bringing down the imports, and I think we are moving in that direction, because the focus on Make in India, the focus on vocal for global, and so on and so forth, and encouraging manufacturing-based startups. I think that's where the solution lies for now, Vineet.
All right, fair enough. Ambassador Sikri, coming to you, ma'am. We are all hoping that this is going to conclude and both the countries will have no regrets, and there is going to be a middle path which is adopted, because the lack of a middle path is what led to this standoff for such a long time. But the fact of the matter is that the diplomacy, as well as the leadership, has been extremely instrumental when it comes to weighing its pros and cons and dealing with the United States. There were no knee-jerk reactions. There was an absolute sense of patience and calm while dealing with a person like Donald Trump, who is, of course, temperamental and can change his mind at the drop of a hat. Look what he's done with Greenland. Day before yesterday, he wanted to invade it, and now he's okay about it. Well, the same formula has also been applied here. The Europeans went into a protest mode when Donald Trump decided to invade Greenland, but India did not do anything like that.
Yeah, well, I do agree with you that the announcement of the conclusion of this deal, President Trump telephoning Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Modi responding with his tweet, it is the conclusion of a very significant matter. And I think the most important thing for India, that it has been done in a spirit of complete, I would define it as strategic restraint, calmly, collectedly, with no erratic responses, with no, hyperbole at all, and responding very, very calmly to all the difficulties. We have to remember that when Prime Minister Modi went to the USA last February, exactly a year ago, the joint statement was very good. And in fact, that joint statement announced that there was going to be a bilateral trade agreement between India and the USA. But then when President Trump's big, beautiful trade deal came along in April, then all these issues of the tariffs and so on came along, and by that time, the post-Operation Sindoor factors came along, and you had this special tariff of 50%, including the 25% special tariff, and that has led to a problem with many of India's exports, labor-intensive exports to the USA, including ready-made garments, gems and jewelry, carpets, leather-made goods, and so on. Steel exports from India to USA fell by about 40%. But India has been very resilient, and I think government policy has been very resilient in looking for new markets, in encouraging the exporters, and India's overall exports to the world actually grew after the announcement of the tariffs, except that India's exports to USA fell, but India's overall exports grew. So we were able to find alternative destinations for India's exports, and subsequently the conclusion of the India-EU trade deal, the mother of all deals as it's called, the India-UK deal, and our deals with Australia, our deals with the UAE, Oman, so many other countries have come into effect, and it shows that we have a resilience, and we have friends, we have markets, we have good exporters, and we've been able to find other markets. That was very good. And I think that it is this factor of India's ability to work around any problems, any obstacles that come across. India's leadership, Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, Commerce Minister, we saw Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal's statement in Parliament today that was also very positive and clear, that India's interests have been protected. It was very, very clear on that. And although there's so much questioning going on because the details of the deal have not been released, because this is a highly technical matter, it requires every line item to be checked by both sides. What is the announcement? What is the amount? There should be no error at all. So there's a lot of detailing to be done, and that surely takes time. So we will have to wait for the final details to be revealed. But in the meanwhile, I think that it does show.
Thank you, Ranveer. Good afternoon, dear friends from the media. I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us today for this special briefing on the visit of Prime Minister to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on 7th and 8th February 2026. Upon invitation of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister is scheduled to visit Kuala Lumpur on 7th and 8th February. This would be PM's third visit to Malaysia and his first after the state visit of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim to India in 2024. Our PM had earlier visited Malaysia in 2015. During that visit, India-Malaysia bilateral relations were elevated to an enhanced strategic partnership. PM had also inaugurated the Torana Gate in Brickfields, Kuala Lumpur, a gift from India to Malaysia, symbolizing the India-Malaysia friendship. PM again visited Malaysia in 2018 for a brief stopover to congratulate the former Malaysian PM Mahathir Mohamad. Prime Minister also virtually attended the 22nd ASEAN-India Summit convened in Kuala Lumpur on 26 October 2025. The forthcoming visit comes within 1.5 years of elevation of our bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. During the state visit of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim to India during 19 to 21st August 2024 and reflects India's strong commitment to our relations with Malaysia, a key partner in India's Act East policy, Vision Mahasagar, and also the Indo-Pacific vision. The visit will also provide an opportunity to enhance our engagement with the ASEAN region, given the important role of Malaysia as its founding member and its chairship of ASEAN in 2025. PM will hold bilateral discussions with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. They will review progress under the India-Malaysia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, especially in priority areas of cooperation such as trade, investments, defense, security, semiconductors, digital technologies, renewable energy, education, healthcare, and people-to-people exchanges. The 10th meeting of the India-Malaysia CEOs Forum is also scheduled in Kuala Lumpur on the sidelines of the visit, and PM will also interact with leading Malaysian CEOs from key sectors. As you know, India and Malaysia share a strong, dynamic, and diverse economic partnership. Malaysia is India's third largest trading partner in ASEAN, with bilateral trade around $20 billion. Our trade has diversified beyond commodities such as palm oil and includes a variety of agricultural products, chemicals, minerals, appliances, and machinery. On the investment front, our engagement is strong and is growing steadily. Major Malaysian investors like Petronas, Khazanah, IHH Healthcare, IJM Corporation, United Engineers, UEM, etc. have a strong presence in India, while over 200 Indian companies, including 61 joint ventures and 3 Indian PSUs, including those in IT and ITES, manufacturing, construction, and pharmaceuticals, are actively operating in Malaysia. Our countries are working towards further enhancing our bilateral trade in a balanced and sustainable manner. India and Malaysia are also cooperating under ASEAN for early conclusion of the ongoing review of ITIGA, the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement. The two countries are also discussing a joint review of the India-Malaysia Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement. PM will also interact with members of the Indian community. He will address the Indian community in Malaysia, numbering around 2.9 million, which represents the second largest PIO community and the third largest Indian diaspora. All these interactions underline the multifaceted nature of India-Malaysia ties, spanning the economic, political, and people-to-people dimensions. Following the announcement by PM in August 2024, academic chairs for studies in Indian studies were also set up in Malaysian universities. This has enabled greater academic and cultural exchange between the countries. In recent years, our culture and tourism cooperation has also intensified. Both countries have liberalized the visa regimes for each other's nationals to promote tourist exchanges. As a result, in 2025, over 1.4 million Indians traveled to Malaysia for tourism, whereas about 300,000 Malaysian tourists visited India. Malaysia thus became the largest source of inbound tourism to India from the ASEAN region. The visit of PM to Malaysia would serve to further strengthen bilateral cooperation between the two countries, as well as to set the path for future engagements for mutual benefit. Thank you.
We open the floor for questions now. We go there, Keshav, and then Rishabh.
So, thank you. Keshav Padmanabhan from The Print. I just wanted to check on the ITGA review, given that Malaysia is, I think, the chair for the review for this trade and goods agreement. So, will that be up for discussions? How are we seeing that playing out? Will there be any sort of outcomes related to the review of ITGA expected from this visit? Thank you.
Rishabh.
So good afternoon, Rishabh from Times Now. So two things. One, DPI is something that India and ASEAN have been discussing for quite some time now. Will there be any announcement on DPI? And second, the Big Cat Alliance, which Malaysia has joined, but formally is Malaysia going to join the Big Cat Alliance, and will they be there at the Big Cat Alliance summit that we are going to host in India?
Reza.
Raza from Hindustan Times. Just two quick questions. Have we finished the interlinking of UPI with the Malaysian counterpart? And is there been any other developments on defense cooperation, especially the plans to help Malaysia upgrade its Su-30 fleet, especially since HAL has set up an office in Kuala Lumpur?
Pranay.
So Pranay Upadhyay from Aztec in India Today. You mentioned that India and Malaysia are looking at the expansion of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. What are the, what are the areas which we are looking at, and what is the process we are going to follow? And a quick follow-up, can you share the latest update on the Zakir Naik extradition case? Where do we stand right now?
So we can take these questions and come back for more.
All right, thank you. The ITGA review process is on. We've agreed on the terms of reference, and the colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce have been engaged with the ASEAN group, exploring various options to try and create a better balance in the trade between India and ASEAN. There are technical elements being discussed in terms of offering more lines under a liberalized regime between India and the ASEAN. I think there is a broad sense that the average tariff in the ASEAN has to improve compared to the existing level. Plus also they want to try and stipulate a minimum percentage of tariffs for each country to open up, as a result of which we can achieve better balance overall between India and Malaysia. Sorry, India and ASEAN. So that discussion is still on. I don't think there is anything ready as an outcome for this visit as far as ITGA is concerned. Let me try and take the SICA review question also together with this. This is still early days for the SICA review process. Normally what we do is to agree on a broad framework, terms of reference, and then proceed to talk about specific elements that need to be liberalized and opened up. We've not reached there yet. We're still talking about what kind of review and the scope of the review. So it's still not reached a stage where terms of reference have been agreed to. DPI. Let me move on to DPI. During the visit of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim to Delhi, the Malaysia-India Digital Council was set up. After that, they have met at the level of Secretary Maiti and his Malaysian counterpart. The Council is working on bilateral collaboration in AI, digital talent, DPI, and cybersecurity. We are also training Malaysian officials in the fields of machine learning and AI under our ITEC program. The NPCI is set to sign an agreement with PayNet during the course of the visit. So that will be one of the outcomes expected from the visit. The question on IBCA, International Big Cats Alliance, Malaysia has, last time it had confirmed its willingness to join the IBCA. Currently, we are in the process of formalizing the procedures required for accession to IBCA. We are hopeful that that will also be completed in time for the visit. But basically, we are on track for Malaysia joining IBCA. Defense cooperation, there's a lot of promise as far as defense cooperation is concerned. We are looking at sale of Dornier aircraft. Malaysia also has Scorpene submarines. We're looking at opportunities to try and collaborate, especially in terms of mid-life upgrades, retrofitting, etc. You had also mentioned the potential for collaborating on Su-30 aircraft. Malaysians have that aircraft, and so do we. We've offered proposals for modification, upgradation, and mid-life maintenance. We are also looking at potential for supply of naval platforms by Indian shipyards. So those are all areas that look promising. We hope to be able to get something going on these areas. As far as the question of Zakir Naik is concerned, I can assure you that all issues will be discussed during the visit. We've had opportunities to discuss the issue in past visits also at various levels. And we will probably continue to take up the issue until all technical procedures are completed, and we hope to get the outcome that we desire.
More questions?
I missed anything?
Seema?
Sorry. Seema Guha from Outlook magazine. I wanted to ask about the timing of the visit. What was so urgent? Because generally Prime Ministers don't visit while Parliament is on. Just wanted to ask about the timing.
Nirmala?
Nirmala with the Straits Times. Just wanted to ask if there are any other agreements or MOUs that will be signed during the visit.
Krishna Mohan?
सर मेरा सवाल कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा भारत एक्सप्रेस से मेरा सवाल है कि जो एडेबल ऑयल को लेके हमारे और मलेशिया के बीच में काफ़ी समय से एक टसल चल रहा था, क्योंकि वो शायद हमें देने में ये नहीं थे और हमने भी कुछ रोक दिया था एडेबल सीरियल्स जो है, एक वो इशू है। दूसरा कि हमारे एडिबल ऑयल, पाम ऑयल, और दूसरा इशू ये है सर कि मलेशिया टाइम टू टाइम हमारे इंटरनल जो सिक्योरिटी के इशूज हैं, चाहे वो कश्मीर की बात हो या CAA की बात हो, उसको उठाता रहा है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि इस पर कुछ रास्ता निकलने की संभावना है इस बीच में?
Manas for PTI. You briefly mentioned, I think, semiconductor, possible cooperation in the area of semiconductor. So are we going to discuss any specific projects in the area? Thank you.
नीरज?
सर नमस्कार, मैं नीरज सुबे प्रभा साक्षी से। सर पिछले साल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब वर्चुअली संबोधित किया था तो उन्होंने कई सारे मुद्दों को उठाया था आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने के लिए, और एक बड़ी बात कही थी कि 2026 से 2030 की जो कार्य योजना है उस पर पूरा सहयोग दिया जाएगा। तो क्या उस योजना कार्य योजना पर भी इस वार्ता के दौरान होनी है कुछ चर्चा?
Okay, let me start with the question on timing. You will recall that the Prime Minister because of other engagements, could not travel to Malaysia for the ASEAN-India summit. He participated in the summit virtually and had promised Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim that he would make it up to him soon, sometime early in the course of 2026. So that's basically the context. He's just delivering on that promise that he will visit Malaysia soon. There are a number of MOUs that we are looking at. Some of them are still, in the works. Some kind of last-minute processes going on for completing the legal requirements for signing the MOUs. We're looking at MOUs.
जो भी पके ऐसा पके जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए पिसी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला असली मसाले सच सच MDH
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO.
Hello, you're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, in the early hours of February 4, 2026, a tragic incident shook Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, when three minor sisters, Nishika, Prachi and Paki, allegedly jumped to their deaths from the 9th floor balcony of their apartment in Bharat City Society, Sahibabad. The girls, who'd reportedly not attended school since the COVID-19 pandemic and spent most of their time isolated at home, left behind a chilling 8-page diary and suicide notes. These writings revealed an intense obsession with Korean culture, including K-pop, K-dramas, cartoons and online content. They expressed deep resentment towards their parents for restricting access to mobile phones and disapproving of their interests with passages like Korean and K-pop are our life and you're Indian, we're Korean. One note read, "Sorry Papa, I'm really sorry," while walls in their room bore messages of profound loneliness, such as "I'm very, very alone." Police are investigating multiple factors: possible addiction to online games, family conflicts, the recent confiscation, sale of a phone, and the complex household setup involving their father and his relationships. The father has publicly urged authorities to ban Korean dramas and related content, citing concerns over their influence on the youth. A diary written by the three teenagers as well as inscriptions on the walls. Let's take a look at what we have found written so far. Let me show you that, viewers. Now, the Ghaziabad triple suicide is what we're talking about. The suicide note says, "We love Korean, love, love, sorry." That's the image of the suicide note. The suicide note, viewers, also reads, now read everything written in this diary because it's all true. You tried to take away Korean from us. Korean was our life. How dare you try to take our life away from us? You didn't know how much we love them. Now you've seen the proof. Now you believe that Korean and K-pop are our life. We didn't love you, our family, as much as we loved Korean actors and K-pop. There was something else we loved even more than our lives. Korean actors and K-pop idol groups and the Korean movies plus Korean BL dramas. Chinese actors and Chinese songs and Chinese movies plus Chinese BL. Thai actors and Thai songs and Thai movies plus Thai BL dramas. Japanese actors and Japanese songs and Japanese movies plus Japanese BL dramas. American and London actors plus movies, Wednesday Addams. These were our favorite things that we loved more than anything, and Korean and K-pop were at the top of the list. All three of us wanted to make Daewoo our own, but you guys didn't give us a chance. We introduced Daewoo to our K-pop and Korean relatives and told her that K-pop idols were her brother. Tina mom would come and say that we should teach her something besides Korean. Can we slow down the slides, please? Yeah. We made Daewoo our enemy because no one in the house allowed her to be like this. Did we come into this world just to be beaten? No way. We'd rather die than be subjected to that kind of treatment. We distanced ourselves from Daewoo and told her that we were Korean and K-pop fans and she was Indian and Bollywood. The thought of marriage filled us with anxiety. We loved and admired Koreans, but we were expected to marry an Indian man. Never. That's why we committed suicide. Sorry, Dad. All right, viewers. So that, of course, is the details. And that is the entire story, viewers. Very, very shocking. This is, of course, a repeat of what we're showing you of these slides. Now, what's written on the wall? Make me a heart of broken. That's the image right there, viewers. My life is very, very alone. I'm very alone. This is what it says, viewers. This is what is written on their wall. I'm very alone. So that's, of course, shocking details emerging, viewers. And now we're going to move to the Lok Sabha.
তৈরি অস্ত্র দিয়ে আমাদের জওয়ানরা আমাদের দেশকে দেশবাসীকে রক্ষা করেন নিজেদের জীবন তুচ্ছ করে তাদেরকেও এবার বাজারি দোকানে
सदन के कुछ सदस्यों ने लोकसभा चैम्बर में जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार किया, ऐसे दृश्यों का सृजन किया, वो लोकसभा की शुरुआत से लेकर आज तक कभी नहीं हुई। हमारे संसदीय प्रणाली में सदन के सभापति का गरिमामय स्थान हमारे संविधान में ही सर्जित किया है। आज तक इतिहास रहा है कि राजनीतिक मतभेदों को कभी भी सदन के कार्यालय तक नहीं लाया गया। प्रतिपक्ष के सदस्यों ने जो व्यवहार अध्यक्ष के कार्यालय में किया, वो हमारी संसदीय परंपराओं के लिए न उचित था, और तो मैं कहूँगा कि वो एक ब्लैक स्पॉट की तरह था। हम सबको सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाने में सहयोग करना चाहिए। इसके बाद जब सदन के नेता को सम्मानीय महामहिम राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर जवाब देना था, तो मेरे पास पुख्ता ऐसी जानकारी आई कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के कई सदस्य माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आसन पर पहुंचकर कोई भी अप्रत्याशित घटना कर सकते थे। ये दृश्य मैंने सदन में देखा भी सही। अगर ये घटना हो जाती तो ये अत्यंत अप्रिय दृश्य देश के लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं को तार-तार कर देता। इसको टालने के लिए मैंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से आग्रह किया कि उन्हें सदन में नहीं आना चाहिए, और सदन के सभापति होने के नाते मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती थी कि सदन की उच्च परंपराओं, गरिमाओं को अक्षुण्ण बनाए रखें। सदन के नेता सदन में न बोले, ये सभा के लिए किसी प्रकार के लिए उचित नहीं है। सदन के नेता ने उपस्थित न रहकर मेरे आग्रह को मानकर सदन को अप्रिय दृश्य से बचाया। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इसके लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने मेरे सुझाव को माना। आप पोस्टर, पंपलेट लेकर आएंगे तो सदन नहीं चलेगा। आज भी नहीं चलेगा, कल भी नहीं चलेगा। सदन की परंपराओं, गरिमा, सभागृह की गरिमा, परंपरा को रखो। कल की घटना देश ने देखी है, किस तरीके से महिला सदस्य वहां तक पहुंची है। ये कोई उचित नहीं था और ये सदन की गरिमा के अनुकूल भी नहीं था। आप सभागृह की गरिमा को गिराना चाहते हैं। आप अपनी तरफ रहें, उनकी तरफ रहें। भाषण शब्दों से आप आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगा सकते हैं, शब्दों से कोई भी बात भी कह सकते हैं, लेकिन आप इधर आसन में आकर जिस तरीके की घटना कर रहे हैं, ये उचित नहीं है। सदन की कार्रवाई कल शुक्रवार दिनांक 6 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
संजय शर्मा is joining me with more details. संजय, आप हमें और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
देखिए, कल का दिन अगर कभी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कल लोकसभा में अगर अपना बयान देने के लिए प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस पर अगर वो अपना रिप्लाई देने के लिए कल लोकसभा में पहुंच जाते, तो फिर कल का दिन इतिहास में दर्ज हो जाता, कल का दिन काला दिन दर्ज हो जाता। क्योंकि कल जिस तरीके से विपक्ष अपोजिशन पार्टीज के द्वारा जो साजिश रची गई थी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को फिजिकली रोकने की, फिजिकली उनके साथ मैन हैंडलिंग करने की, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं साजिश का पता सभी को लग चुका था। और उसी के नाते स्पीकर ओम बिरला ने आज सदन में ये बयान दिया। उन्होंने लोकसभा में अपना बयान दिया है और उन्होंने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को कल फिजिकली रोकने की कोशिश होती, उनके साथ में फिजिकली कुछ भी अप्रिय घटना घट सकती थी। जिसकी जानकारी लगते ही खुद स्पीकर ओम बिरला ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को फोन किया, उनसे बात की और उनसे आग्रह किया कि वो सदन में आज न आए। अगर वो लोकसभा में आते हैं तो फिर एक अप्रिय घटना घटती प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ में।
मैं आपके पास लौट के आऊंगी। मिस्टर प्रदीप भंडारी is a BJP spokesperson is joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Bhandari, I'd like your comments on this.
Well, this tells you that the Congress party was planning something which was very, very big
the Congress party's attempt was not just to stop the speech of the Honorable Prime Minister. The Congress party's attempt was that they wanted to physically attack the Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi needs to clarify whether the instruction of said had come from Rahul Gandhi, and if so, this is exactly how professional Naxalites behave.
Right, Mr. Bhandari, thank you so much for joining me. All right, Mr. Bhandari, if you can hear me. Now, is there any kind of direct message, if I ask you, that you'd like to? All right, I have Sanjay Singh joining me. He is of course my colleague. Sanjay, ये जो प्रदीप भंडारी जी कह रहे थे, बीजेपी स्पोक्स पर्सन, आप सुन पा रहे थे इसको, इस पे और क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
देखिए, कल जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ अपोजिशन का जो रवैया था, उसको लेकर के यहाँ तक की जो प्लानिंग की थी, पूरी महिला ब्रिगेड कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपनी लगा दी थी। करीब 15 से 20 महिला एमपीज को ये जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी किसी भी तरह से लोकसभा हाउस में, सदन में ही ना पहुंच पाए, और अगर पहुंचे तो उनको फिजिकली रोकने की कोशिश है, उनके साथ फिजिकल, उनके साथ में बलिक मिसहैंडलिंग करना पड़े। तो ये जो कोशिश, इस तरीके की जो साजिशें हो रही हैं या इस तरीके की जो प्लानिंग थी, वो कहीं ना कहीं अप्रिय घटना को कल लोकसभा में अंजाम दे सकती थी, जिसके लिए खुद स्पीकर ओम बिरला ने शब्द का उपयोग किया है कि कल का दिन काला दिन था लोकसभा के इतिहास में। अगर कोई अप्रिय घटना घट जाती तो फिर वो दिन बड़ा इतिहास में दर्ज हो जाता। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने उनकी बात मानी, वो खुद नहीं आए प्रेसिडेंशियल स्पीच पर, उनको जो एड्रेस पर जो अपना रिप्लाई देना था उसके लिए नहीं आए। इसके लिए उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का धन्यवाद भी अदा किया।
All right, I also have Mr. Tehseen Poonawala. He is a political analyst joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Poonawala, whatever has happened yesterday when it comes to Rahul Gandhi and this incident as well, what would you like to say on that?
You know, I'm a voter of the opposition. I support the opposition. I'm anti-BJP. But today, I'm castigating the opposition. If what the Honorable Speaker is or sources are saying that the Prime Minister was going to be attacked, then what's stopping the Speaker from filing a complaint? What's stopping the Home Minister from filing a complaint? Parliament is immune from speeches, not from violence. Why have they stopped it? So is it whose interest? Is it in the Honorable Home Minister's interest that the Prime Minister is attacked, or the Speaker's interest? If the Prime Minister of the greatest country in the world is not able to speak in Parliament, and the Home Minister of the greatest country in the world can't protect Parliament, then I think both of them should on Newsx come, apologize to 1.4 billion Indians, resign and go. What is going on? Every time we have a question to ask of the Prime Minister, there's somehow a story that the Prime Minister is going to be attacked. So today I'm saying, if the Prime Minister is going to be attacked, let the Home Minister and the Speaker act. We want to see what happens.
Mr. Poonawala, just, you know, how unusual is it really for MPs to move this close to the PM's chair after adjournment? I mean, shocking.
Again, let me put it this way. The PM was supposed to answer questions on the trade deal and on China in the Lok Sabha. If the Prime Minister of India cannot speak in the Parliament of India, 11 years after being Prime Minister, after India being such a powerful country, then the Honorable Home Minister is answerable and the Speaker should act. Lack of acting. Who was this who was going to attack the Prime Minister? What was the name of those MPs? Tell the Speaker to put it out. Or was this in the Speaker's interest that the Prime Minister is attacked? Is it in the Speaker's, Home Minister's interest? If it's not, they should give us specifics. Come on Newsx and give us specifics. Stop talking through sources.
And also, Mr. Poonawala, clearly there has to be a parliamentary protocol. How can these things happen in a place like this?
What happened?
Mr. Poonawala just approaching the PM, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Who approached the PM? PM never came for him to be approached. They are saying PM could have been approached. If my chachi had an Adam's apple, she would be my chacha. She could have been my chacha, but she didn't have an Adam's apple, so she's not my chacha. Now the question is, nobody approached the PM. If the Speaker has some sort of pre-notion and a confirmation that XYZ MPs are going to attack the Prime Minister of the greatest country on earth, the speaker should come on Newsx and give out those names and act against those people. Nobody approached the PM because news breaking, the PM never came. That's what happened.
All right, Mr. Poonawalla, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. And as new details emerge in the Ghaziabad triple sisters suicide case, the girls in their suicide note mentioned that it was better to die than to face physical abuse. This new statement by the Ghaziabad police has brought up new concerns over whether the girls were abused at home. The Deputy Commissioner of Police said that the sisters died due to shock and hemorrhage, adding that injuries were found on their bodies. According to the post-mortem report, the sisters, aged 12, 14 and 16, allegedly died by suicide at their home by jumping off the window of their 9th floor flat. So this, viewers, is of course a shocking story that we've been sharing with you since yesterday. And this, of course, highlights the problem of the addiction to online gaming. The 3 teenage sisters committed suicide because they were addicted to a Korean game. And the final stage in that game mentioned that a person has to commit suicide, which is what they did. When we're talking about the background, viewers, of this case, there have been other details that have emerged. Whether it comes to their father, who had 2 wives, and both wives reportedly were sisters. Now, I do have Anand Singh joining me with more details. Anand, a lot of new details have emerged in this case. We've accessed their suicide notes, their writings on the wall. The girls seem to have been very, very disturbed. What more would you like to tell us?
Well, absolutely, Vaishali, to see, the notes that have been recovered show that the 3 girls were actually very, very disturbed, and definitely, they were obsessed with the Korean drama. This over the years, for the last 3 years, they have been living in this particular society in Ghaziabad, and this Korean drama made them so addicted, that they started to argue with their father that they want to get admitted in a Korean school, and due to some financial constraints, their father could not admit them with a Korean school, and at that, due to this, there were very, very frequently these quarrels had used to take place between the 3 sisters and their father. And at this juncture, we have with us some of the neighbors, who witnessed, who were, actually very, very disturbed post this suicide incident. Ma'am, thank you so much for talking to Newsx, ma'am. मैम, आप मुझे बात बताइए, आप इसी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं। उस दिन रात को, जब आधी रात को ये घटना हुई, 3 फरवरी और 4 फरवरी के इंटरवीनिंग नाइट पे, तो क्या हुआ, जैसे सुसाइड हुआ, क्या हालचाल हुई है, थोड़ा सा बारे में उस रात का थोड़ा सीन हमारे दर्शकों के लिए बताएं।
मुझे पता है, एक्चुअली रात में पता लगा।
All right, viewers, so we're sharing with you details that are emerging gradually of this case, where 3 sisters committed suicide due to, of course, very disturbed family situations and the addiction to an online game that led to their suicide. They were, of course, addicted to the Korean culture, K-pop, and more recently, details are emerging from the suicide, after the suicide, pardon me, where there have been writings on the wall. Very shocking details have emerged. And now moving on. Now, Samajwadi Party MP Dimple Yadav spoke to Newsx on the Ghaziabad triple suicide case. She stated that it's very unfortunate and the government should ban such an online gaming. Just as many countries have banned internet access for children under 16, the government needs to introduce rules and regulations because this is a very sensitive issue that is not receiving enough attention. Let's listen in.
गाजियाबाद का एक मामला है, 3 बच्चों ने मोबाइल गेम खेलते खेलते सुसाइड किया है।
इट इज़ वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट कि जिस तरह से ये न्यूज़ हमने भी न्यूज़पेपर के माध्यम से देखी है एंड जिस तरह से बच्चों ने सुसाइड किया है, तो बहुत ही जो हमारा जो सरकार को प्रतिबंध लगाने चाहिए इस तरह की गेमिंग पे। और जिस तरह से दूसरे देशों में जहां इंटरनेट 16 साल की उम्र तक के लिए बैन है, तो उसी तरह मैं समझती हूँ सरकार को कुछ रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस लेके आना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज ये सेंसिटिव बहुत मुद्दा है और किसी का भी ध्यान इस ओर नहीं जा रहा है।
अनिल चौधरी इज जॉइनिंग अस विद मोर डिटेल्स। अनिल, आप हमें और क्या बता सकते हैं?
कि 3 बहनों की सुसाइड के मामले में एक नया मोड़ आ गया है, नया अपडेट जो है पुलिस की तरफ से दिया गया है, जिसपे कि 8 पन्नों का सुसाइड नोट उसमें मिला है और उसमें बाकायदे चीजें जो लिखी हैं वो हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा भी देते हैं पहले और बता भी देते हैं आखिरकार किस तरीके से जो कोरिया के जो कल्चर को बच्ची अपना रही थी और उसी कल्चर को बच्ची बेहद पसंद भी कर रही थी। कोरियन हमारी जान है, इस तरीके की बातें उनकी तरफ से कही बच्चों की तरफ से, और साथ ही ये भी कहा कि हम जो है कोरियन एक्टर और के पॉप ग्रुप को ही चाहते हैं और साथ ही अपने घर वालों से ज्यादा जो है इन्हीं एक्टर से प्यार करते हैं। और साफ तौर पे ये कहा है और ये जो डायरी है आप पढ़ लेना, इससे आपको साफ तौर पर पता लग जाएगा कि हम किससे प्यार करते हैं। तो साफ तौर पर बच्चों की तरफ से कोरिया का जो एक्टर हैं उनके प्रति जो है उनके कल्चर को जो अपनाने का जो उनके मन में आ गया था, साफ तौर पर उन्होंने अपना भी ले लिया था। ऐसे में इसी सोसाइटी में भी मौजूद है, हम वो तस्वीरें भी दिखाना चाहते हैं। इसी 9वीं मंजिल से जो है तीनों बच्चियों ने जो है सुसाइड कर ली थी और दरअसल बीते 2 साल से बच्चियां स्कूल भी नहीं जा रही थी। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो सोशल जो समाज का जो लेवल है, जो बच्चे हैं उनके साथ वो खेल नहीं रही थी। और जैसे कि आपने देखा होगा क्योंकि बच्चियां जो है अपने आप को घर में ही कैद उन्होंने कर लिया था, वो सोशल में बिल्कुल नहीं जा रही थी, ना तो स्कूल जाती थी, ना बच्चों से बातचीत करना, ये तमाम चीजें सामने आई हैं। साथ ही कोरियन एक्टर और साथ ही के पॉप ग्रुप का जिस तरीके से उन्होंने बात कही है, तो इससे साफ तौर पर हो रहा है क्योंकि शुरुआती जांच में जब पुलिस ने जांच की थी तो कोरिया की जो गेम है उनके प्रति जो है उनका लगाव देखा गया था। पर जैसे जैसे जांच आगे बढ़ी है तो 8 पन्नों की डायरी में जिस तरीके के खुलासे हुए हैं उससे साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि बच्चे कोरिया के जो कल्चर है उसको अपना रहे थे और पिता के द्वारा मोबाइल छीन लिया गया था। मोबाइल उसी दिन बीते 2 या 3 महीने पहले ही बेचा गया था। पुलिस द्वारा ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि बहुत जल्द जो मोबाइल बेचे गए थे उनको भी रिकवर किया जाएगा और रिकवर करने के बाद जो उसका डाटा है उस डेटा को भी रिकवर करने के बाद वो तमाम चीजें सामने आएंगी। आखिरकार बच्चे इसमें किस तरीके का सर्च किया करते थे, किस तरीके का चैट किया करते थे, इस तमाम चीजें अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है और जैसे ही जांच आगे बढ़ेगी तमाम और खुलासे भी पुलिस की तरफ से किए जाएंगे।
जी अनिल, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। आदित्य वधावन इज ऑल्सो ज्वाइनिंग मी। Aditya, what more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. Vishali, if you see, these girls, were addicted with the Korean drama, and continuously throughout the day, she used, all the 3 sisters used to watch, the Korean drama, and gradually, this addiction with the Korean drama went on, increasing day by day, and this also led to the quarrels within the family, between the three sisters and the father, because when we were talking to the neighbors also, they were telling that definitely their fathers had their own work, and for some time there was a financial strain on the father, and that was the prime reason that the girls were demanding that they want to get admitted in a Korean school. And it is very surprising to know, Vaishali, for the last 2.5 years the girls didn't go to school. And also, we have with us one of the neighbor, who is here right with us. Ma'am, thank you so much for talking to Newsx. Ma'am, आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, आप इसी सोसाइटी में रह रहे हैं, जिस दिन ये रात को जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, जो लड़कियां, जो 3 जो बहनें हैं यहाँ सुसाइड करती हैं, उसके बाद क्या हलचल हुई, थोड़ा इस बारे में बताएं।
एक्चुअली शोर हो गया था बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पे, क्योंकि एकदम से मैंने उसमें न्यूज़ में भी मैंने ये देखा है कि एकदम से ऐसा लगा किसी को जैसे ट्रांसफार्मर आई थी।
Anil is also joining me, Anil Chaudhary. अनिल, मुझे आपसे ये पूछना है कि ये जो फैमिली की सिचुएशन में थी, पहले खबरें आ रही थी कि जो फादर हैं उनकी 2 वाइफ्स हैं और वो 2 वाइफ्स बहनें हैं आपस में, तो क्या ये चीज़ें में कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हैं लड़कियों की जो मेंटल कंडीशन थी उसके तरफ?
देखिए, दरअसल जो चीज़ें सामने आई हैं, 3 वाइफ बताई गई हैं, और जिसमें कि पहली वाइफ जो है छोड़कर चली गई थी, और उसके बाद एक शादी इन्होंने की, और उनसे कुछ पहले शुरुआत में बच्चे नहीं हो रहे थे उनको, और फिर इन्होंने जो है उसी की बहन से शादी की, और तो 3 शादियां इनकी हुई और उनसे भी बच्चे हुए। तो इसी तरीके से 5 बच्चे इनको हैं, और जिसमें से 3 बच्चियों ने सुसाइड फिलहाल कर लिया है। हमने पिता से बात करने की अभी कोशिश की थी, तो पिता की तरफ से बताया गया था कि उनको 20 से 25 लाख रुपए का लॉस भी चल रहा था, और साफ तौर पर उनकी तरफ से ये कहा गया था। बच्चियों को कई बार हम समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, पर उन्होंने अपने आप को कोरियन पर्सनैलिटी में ढाल लिया था, तो उन्होंने हेयर कट भी उस तरीके से कराना, और साथ ही वो चाहती थी, इंडिया से हेट करने लगी थी, क्योंकि जब बात करते थे उनके पिता की तरफ से बताया गया है, ये सारा उनकी तरफ से ये बताया गया है कि बच्चियां जो है इंडिया के नाम से हेट करती थी, और सिर्फ कोरिया को ही लाइक करती थी, और वही वो जाना चाहती थी, और उसी लाइफ स्टाइल को जीना चाहती थी। ऐसे में तस्वीरें हम अपने आप दर्शकों को लगातार दिखा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से जो है तमाम जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। तकरीबन कोरोना से ही उनकी जो हालत है पिता की, काफी लॉस जो है हुआ, जिसके चलते जो है कई बार जो है बच्चों को धमकाया भी गया, इस तरीके की बातें भी हुई। हालांकि इस मौत के बाद, इन तीनों बच्चों की मौत के बाद जब पोस्टमार्टम हुआ, पोस्टमार्टम में कोई मारपीट का मामला सामने नहीं आया, और सिर्फ अधिक खून बहना ही सामने आया है। कुछ लोग हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं, आखिरकार इस तरीके से जो है बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आखिरकार क्या सचिव आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, जरा सचिव जी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे क्या अपडेट अब सामने आ रही है? आपकी पुलिस से भी बात हो रही है लगातार, तो क्या
अभी तक अभी भी पुलिस आई थी, अभी भी पुलिस परिवार से बातचीत करके जा चुकी है, क्या है सारी चीजें, तो इस तरह से अभी भी पुलिस आई थी पहले लोकल थाने के,
क्या बता रहे हैं अभी तक?
अभी तक जो भी चीज है, अभी मेरे पास कोई ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, जो व्हाट इन्फॉर्मेशन थी तो मैंने पुलिस वाले को रोक दिया, वो सारी
तमाम चीजें सामने आ रही हैं। पुलिस को सारी चीजें जो यहाँ पर अध्यक्ष हैं उनकी तरफ से दे दी गई हैं, और ऐसे में पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार जारी है। पुलिस हर एंगल पर जांच कर रही है। अब जो शक हुई है वो दूसरी तरफ भी जा रही है। पेरेंट्स से भी बातचीत की बात सामने आई है, पिता से भी पुलिस अब बातचीत करेगी, उनसे भी पूछताछ करेगी। इस तरह की चीजें अब सामने आई है।
जी अनिल, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। Now the diary of the 3 teenagers who died by suicide has further revealed that the 3 girls were also unhappy with their family members as they did not let them speak to their other daughter, as to not let them influence her. Following such instances, the sister wrote in their diary that they hated their stepsister. According to reports, all right, let's go across now to Aditya Vadhavan, who is joining me. Aditya, there are new details emerging in this case. What more can you tell us?
Details that are emerging.
Allowed, to communicate with each other, and there was clearly, this entire case, Vaishali, if we see.
Really, this entire case, Vaishali, if we see, the entire parental negligence is very, very, apparent in this case. If you see, there were day to day, there were quarrels taking place, and all these things that have been written by the three sisters in the diary, is sort of a diary, first-hand account, like a diary entry, that all the three girls had written, what they were undergoing, within their family, because they've taken such a extreme step of committing suicide. So indeed, there are possibilities that also that there could be some mental pressure that was being made by the father on his three daughters. So clearly, a lot was happening during this time. So since post the COVID pandemic, the three girls also stopped going to schools, which is not normal. So definitely, during these, the three sisters engrossed themselves in so much in Korean drama that, a life to them, Korean drama was their life. And so that is why, it is something to, see what went wrong. What conditions were the girls being mentally tortured or not? This needs to be seen. Vaishali, back to you.
All right, Aditya, thanks for joining me. Now, according to reports, the girl's father, Chetan Kumar, has now claimed that his three daughters had begun rejecting their Indian identity altogether. He also further stated that he came to know about their obsession with Korean culture only 2 to 3 months ago. And now Amit Shah is speaking. We're cutting across.
सारथी दीदी के माध्यम से हमारी देश की मातृशक्ति को उपलब्ध होने वाली है। मित्रों, यहां पर दिल्ली ट्रैफिक पुलिस, डीएमआरसी, एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी अध्यक्ष सहकार टैक्सी कोऑपरेटिव लिमिटेड श्री धारा वल्लभ जी, सहकार टैक्सी के बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर में सारथियों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में नामित है श्री किशन पटनी, सारथी प्रतिनिधि, सहकार टैक्सी कोऑपरेटिव लिमिटेड के बोर्ड पर, वो भी सारथियों के प्रतिनिधि है। आज उपस्थित सभी सहकारिता संस्थाओं से जुड़े हुए ढेर सारे सहकारी अग्रणीगण, सहकारिता मंत्रालय और जिनके साथ समझौते हुए हैं, वो 8 संस्थाओं से आए हुए सभी अधिकारीगण और भारत टैक्सी की आत्मा ऐसे मेरे सभी सारथी भाई बहनों का मैं आज यहां पर स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, कई बार कुछ काम जो शुरू होते हैं तब मालूम नहीं होता है ये कितना बड़ा काम है, परंतु कुछ साल उसकी यात्रा समाप्त होने के बाद पीछे मुड़ कर देखते हैं तो एक वटवृक्ष के बीच की भांति एक विशाल वटवृक्ष अपनी छाई में करोड़ों लोगों को समावेश करता है। इसी प्रकार से सहकार टैक्सी की ये शुरुआत 800,000 सारथी प्रतिनिधियों के सामने और कुछ कोऑपरेटिव लीडर्स के सामने हो रही है, मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 3 साल के अंदर कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी, और द्वारिका से कामाख्या तक पूरे देश भर में ये सहकार टैक्सी हमारे टैक्सी सारथियों के कल्याण का एक बहुत बड़ा माध्यम बनने जा रही है। जब ये विचार मैंने पहली बार पार्लियामेंट के सामने रखा, ढेर सारे लोगों ने और विशेषकर टैक्सी के कामकाज में जुड़ी कंपनियों ने मुद्दा उठाया था कि सरकार क्यों टैक्सी के क्षेत्र में प्रवेश कर रही है। उनको सहकार और सरकार के बीच का भेद मालूम नहीं है। मैं आज उनको स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि सरकार टैक्सी के क्षेत्र में प्रवेश नहीं कर रही है, सहकार टैक्सी के क्षेत्र में प्रवेश कर रहा है। और शायद पूरे विश्व में एक ऐसी अनूठी टैक्सी कंपनी, एक कोऑपरेटिव अस्तित्व में आ रही है जिसका मालिक टैक्सी चलाने वाला सारथी है, कोई कंपनी नहीं। इस सहकार टैक्सी का इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक सारथी भाई बहन सरकार सहकार दीदी, सारथी दीदी, ये इस टैक्सी कोऑपरेटिव की मालिक है। और यही संकल्पना आपके जीवन में, आपके आत्मविश्वास में और आपकी आर्थिक स्थिति में, तीनों में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन लाने वाला है। और हमारे देश में कई मॉडल ऐसे खड़े हुए हैं। अमूल जब शुरू हुआ तब 11 दूध उत्पादकों ने अमूल के मॉडल की स्थापना की थी। और आज गुजरात में 36 लाख पशुपालक महिलाओं का एक विराट वट वृक्ष बना है जो 1.25 लाख करोड़ का कारोबार करता है। कभी कोई कल्पना कर सकता है क्या कि एक पशुपालक बहन, शायद जिसका फॉर्मल एजुकेशन बहुत बड़ा नहीं है, वो 1 करोड़ रुपए का दूध से अपना कमाई करती है। एक कोऑपरेटिव का चमत्कार है। और आज मैं सभी सारथी भाइयों बहनों को भी कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी भी आप टैक्सी चला रहे हो, सहकार टैक्सी के साथ जुड़कर भी टैक्सी चलाओगे, मगर बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। अभी आपकी टैक्सी का पहिया किसी और को कमाई कराता है, अब आपकी टैक्सी का पहिया आपकी कमाई कराएगा।
जो भी पके ऐसा पके, जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए, मीठी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रसता दरिया सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच MDH। देगी 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 बरसों से जाती पड़ेगी MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Well, a verbal spat erupted between leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi and Union Minister Ravneet Singh Bittu at the Parliament this morning. During a demonstration before the day's proceedings, Mr. Gandhi referred to the former Congress leader as a traitor friend. He even extended his hand out, which was met with zero response. In his response, Bittu called Mr. Gandhi Desh ke Dushman. Well, the brief exchange occurred when the Congress MPs were protesting near the Makar Dwar. Well, here is a traitor walking right by. Look at his face, is what Mr. Gandhi had said to Mr. Bittu when he was passing by. He then offered to shake hands with him, saying, "Hello, brother, my traitor friend. Don't worry, you will come back to Congress." Bittu, a three-time MP and Union Minister of State, MOS for Railways, had switched to the BJP right before the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, like many others. Let's take a look at this video and what really happened, and then we, of course, debate.
Thank you. Good luck from what, sir? देश का बेस क्या है? No. The thing is, here is a traitor walking right by. Take a look at the face. That's what it looks like. Hello, brother. My traitor friend. Surrender. Don't worry, you'll come back. Surrender. देश के
All right, Mr. Bittu, in fact, hit back at Rahul, alleging that the leader of opposition attempted to manhandle him and said that the confrontation followed his decision to leave the Congress and join the BJP. Bittu also invoked the anti-84 anti-Sikh riots, accusing the Congress of atrocities against Sikhs. I said, you are the biggest traitor of this country, the murderers of Sikhs. He also said Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa also criticized Rahul Gandhi, condemning the use of the word traitor against a Sikh minister and calling for action by the Lok Sabha Speaker. Let's discuss this. Joining us on the program is Mr. Surinder Singh Lali, International Affairs expert. He's obviously here as a Sikh voice. Mr. Nikhil Jain, political analyst, is also with us on the program. Mr. Ashwini Mishra from the Congress joins us too. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, with us on the program as well. Nikhil, I'll begin with you. Well, what did you make of this exchange? Do you think that such a conversation inside or outside of the Parliament premises is, for the lack or the need of any better word, unparliamentary?
Absolutely not, Vineet, because let's see what really happened. It was a funny jibe. It was a banter-like remark. Rahul Gandhi did extend his hands to shake hands with this gentleman, but he tried to blow it out of proportions. And I think that was a very strategic move by the BJP, because the Prime Minister was supposed to speak in the Parliament today. And with all this controversy that has happened, nobody is speaking in the Parliament today. Nobody is answering on what sort of deal have we done with the US. Nobody is answering on the Epstein files. Nobody is answering on a whole bunch of other issues that the government has to answer on. What are we talking about? We're talking about one politician's remark to another politician. Then the BJP going around, carrying out protests, moving barricades, creating all sorts of anarchy, in their words. I don't think protests are anarchy, but when anybody else does it against the BJP, it becomes anarchy. So I'll just use that word for them as well. And they are now holding press conferences. Well, the fact of the matter is that this gentleman, Ravinder Singh Bittu, his own grandfather, Beyant Singh, was in the Congress. He remained in the Congress after 84. Till 1992, he was a chief minister from the Congress in Punjab when he was assassinated by an ideology of Bhindranwale. And who is Bhindranwale? Somebody we all of us, I think, would agree is a terrorist, but the BJP does not want to call him that. I can actually show you a video of Manjinder Singh Sirsa, the same gentleman who was sitting with Hardeep Puri in the press conference, who is a minister in Delhi, who hails Bindranwala as a sant. Now, these are the people talking about the Sikhs have been called traitors. They're the same people who called Manmohan Singh Shikhandi and traitor. Prime Minister Modi himself had called Prime Minister Manmohan Singh a traitor. Did anybody from the Congress ever say that the Prime Minister is calling the entire Sikh community traitors? This is just rubbish in order to deviate from the important issues that the interests of Sikhs and the interests of farmers have been compromised in the trade deal that Donald Trump has won for his country, where we have only lost. We are opening up our agricultural markets to American corporates. In return, we're not getting anything. We can't levy any import duties on them, while they continue to levy 18% import duties on us. While 2 years ago, the import duties that US leveled on our goods was about 3 to 4%. Now we'll be paying 18% import duty. Our goods will be paying 18% import duty there. We'd be investing $500 billion there. We'd stop purchasing oil from Russia. We'll start purchasing oil from Venezuela. It's going to cost more to the exchequer. Diesel is going to get more expensive. The farmers will have to face the brunt. The small manufacturers will have to face the brunt. To deviate from all these very important issues, we have this controversy being made out of nothing. That is what it is.
Okay, Joyita, you just joined, but I in fact will paraphrase what Nikhil said. He's saying the Epstein files are not being discussed in the parliament. The deal with the Americans is not being discussed in the parliament. If you're going to get crude oil from Venezuela, it's going to be expensive for the country. And yet what we are targeting is Rahul Gandhi's comment towards a former member of the Congress party whose family lineage did not find anything wrong being in the Congress as long as it served their purpose, despite and after the 1984 attacks. How do you respond to that?
Well, it's not my job to respond to whatever, anyone and anything they comment on anything. I'll just say, the whole argument is absolutely fallacious to say that the Epstein files are not being this thing in Parliament or the deal. When I think Piyush Goyal himself gave held a press conference yesterday, clearly saying that the deal is not yet done. Now, if we have suddenly decided to take Mr. Trump at face value and decide, Mr. Trump, we know how Mr. Trump has been, he can say anything and everything to please his base. Now we have suddenly decided that Mr. Trump is the paragon of virtue, paragon of truth and everything. And so that is the reason why it should be discussed. And the problem, you see, and then suddenly we are going to, this is, whatever the Congress is doing, whatever Mr. Rahul Gandhi is doing, and whatever the Congress party has done with that a particular video, AI generated video, that they have kind of posted of the Prime Minister. It's all it's in bad taste. It shows a poverty of ideas. It shows a lack of issues, and the Congress is not helping anyone by doing, and it is definitely not helping itself by doing such things. What Rahul Gandhi has done today by calling Bittu a traitor, it is but natural that the BJP will spin it as an anti-Sikh comment. And that is where the direction the thing is going. That this man is anti-Sikh. He is, and it's so offensive and uncultured and uncivilized behavior on the part of the leader of the opposition. You expect more gravitas from him. Not like, standing there on the streets and heckling others, behaving like a petty little troll. Such behavior is not expected of the leader of the opposition. So it is but natural. And after this Bittu traitor comment, he has just served the issue to BJP on a platter.
Okay.
Yes, Vinny.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Mishra, once again, taking a leaf out of what Joyita said, do you think it was necessary for Rahul Gandhi to say such a thing? The Parliament is the forum to take on the government. The Parliament is the avenue whereby which you can position and, explain yourself when it comes to certain issues. Why do this outside of Parliament?
So, first of all, traitor or loyal itself is a relative term. It's not an absolute term that traitor always means traitor to the nation. Traitor can be traitor to the community, traitor to the ideology, traitor to a friend. like we use this word called Jaichand lot of time for referring people who are individuals. We never say Jaichand means entire Thakur community or entire Rajput community. So I think Rahul Gandhi ji did a right thing to call out a person. There has been ample number of traitors in Congress who actually, you are in Congress because you believe in the ideology of Gandhi. When you go and join the hands of BJP, that means you don't believe in that ideology and you started believing in the ideology of Godse. So you are traitor to that ideology, you are traitor to that Gandhiwadi Vichardhara. And I think it is absolutely fine to call out these people. There's nothing wrong in that. Don't take it like you are talking about a community or per se for a reason. You are talking about an individual who is a traitor to Congress, and there has been number of traitors who betrayed Congress ideology. Like I can name Hemant Viswarma is there, Mr. Chauhan there, there's Shahjad Poonawala there, Acharya Pramod Krishnam sir there. So there has been people who been within the Congress and try to go against this core ideology. I don't see a problem Rahul Gandhi ji calling him a traitor. In spite of that, he called him a friend because he was in Congress. Rahul Gandhi always treated him as a friend.
He called him a traitor friend. It's not the same thing, Mr. Mishra. It's not the same thing. It's like calling somebody an honest chore.
No, it's not the same. I'll explain you. So if you betray me tomorrow and I'm a great friend to you, I'll call you my traitor friend because I considered you a friend and you betrayed me. That means my old friend who become a traitor to my vichardhara, my ideology, my political party's ideology, and there's nothing wrong in doing that. I think we should call out everyone who just take this, who talk about only the policies of making money, policies of corruptions, who just want to take that malai khane ke liye interested rehte hain, but they are not interested in actually serving to the ideology, serving to the party.
Okay. I hear you. I hear what you feel, but Mr. Lali, isn't it an oxymoron? Calling somebody a traitor friend?
I think it's just banter.
शब्दों को परोसने का सलीका सीख लीजिए, शब्दों को परोसने का सलीका सीख लीजिए, क्योंकि अगर गुलाब भी ठीक से पेश ना करो तो कांटे चुभ जाते हैं. Vinit, Punjab is an emotion. Punjabis don't very easily forgive or forget because of the turbulent past they've had. And my unsolicited advice to Mr. Nikhil Jain, who I think took the Congress kind of leaning line, was, you don't want to bring Bhindranwala in, my friend, because who brought Bhindranwala in? So let's not go down that road. So the larger
Was it a terrorist or not?
Let him speak. Let him speak. Nikhil, I'm going to come to you after this. Nikhil, it's your turn after this. Let him speak.
An LOP calling a cabinet minister and using a very strong term as a traitor, and especially to a Punjabi. I'm not too sure if I was them, I would do it, because this can antagonize, the Punjabi community. And as Jyotir rightly said, that you are serving this on a platter to the BJP. Because let's understand one thing, there is still no closure to 1984. It wasn't that long ago. And Rajiv Gandhi was on record saying that if bada ped girta hai to chote, and all that. So if I were them, I wouldn't do it, because you're dealing with Punjabis which have been on the front, at the receiving end for the longest of time. I mean, when partition happened, it wasn't really that after Bangladesh, it wasn't really India, it was Punjab that was divided. Had it not been for the Punjabis not choosing to come with India, Gurgaon and Faridabad would have been the border of Pakistan. So my unsolicited advice is that when you deal with the Punjabis, and especially something like the BJP, which is very smart and very quick to take up the issue, and then maybe sometimes even blow it beyond proportions. I mean, I think even in Amritsar, the BJP party did a procession for this. So my advice to them is that with Punjabis, you might want to be more careful, because they are very sensitive people who have been actually known for community service, sacrifice, and dignity of labor. So they do wear their pride on their
Okay. As promised, I want Nikhil to jump in on this now. Nikhil, go ahead.
See, I completely agree with the fact that the Punjabis are a very loyal, very fierce, very patriotic, very community service driven community. The Sikhs especially are such. Nobody is denying that. But when Mr. Lali says that Rahul Gandhi's comment to this individual who was a former Congress member and then became a BJP member, calling him a traitor friend, is somehow an attack on the Punjabi community or the Sikh community, did he notice that the same individual also called those bunch of people sitting there as Desh ke Dushman? That also included Gurjeet Singh Aujla and Amrinder Singh Rajawaring, both of whom are Sikhs, both of whom are Punjabis, both of whom are members of parliament. They were at the very same place. So if Rahul Gandhi calling Bittu a traitor is calling the entire Sikh community a traitor, then Bittu called the entire Sikh community Desh ke Dushman, and he also called the entire Kashmiri Pandit community Desh ke Dushman. And Modi ji called the entire Sikh community a traitor when he called PM Manmohan Singh a traitor. And Modi ji called, rather the BJP called the entire Sikh community a Shikhandi when they were calling that to the Prime Minister. And they are also been targeting the Bania community when they attack Gandhi ji, or they target the Dalit community when they attack.
Hello, you're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has categorically denied that any of the women MPs wanted to hurt the PM and dubbed these news as big lies. This comes after Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla firmly condemned an attempted gherav near the Prime Minister's seat at the Lok Sabha.
Speaker is saying that yesterday what happened was disgraceful and shameful. What is your response?
What happened?
The way women MPs were in front of the Treasury bench and tried
So the women MPs were standing in front of the Treasury bench. So what?
But there was a
And
strategy
the
to
Prime
hurt
Minister, absolute lies. It is an absolute lie. There is no question of anybody raising any hands on the Prime Minister, trying to hurt him or any such thing. There is no question. So it is absolutely wrong of anybody to say that there was any such plan. There was no such plan. But if you're going to allow your members to stand and quote books and talk nonsense, then this side, the opposition benches are going to protest. And I'm sorry, but the Prime Minister is now hiding behind the Speaker. They are making the Speaker say all this. Because yesterday he did not have the guts to come in the House. What? Because 3 women were standing in front of his bench? What nonsense?
is being stalled. Will it be stalled just like that every day?
Why don't you ask the government? Why don't you ask the government why the leader of opposition is not allowed to speak?
Ma'am, this is a very
Why don't no? Have you? I would like to know.
Gandhi.
Have you asked them? Have you asked Amit Shah ji? Have you asked the Prime Minister? Have you asked the government why they are not allowing the LOP to speak? Do they have any basis to stop him from quoting a published source? They do not. So don't continuously every day ask this question to the opposition.
But
the fact is,
every
no.
day you all are coming since Monday. The
Yes,
parliament
we
is
are.
being stalled.
Yes.
How will the
Ma'am,
House
they are saying that
function?
this is
There has
not a
been no
public
discussion
forum.
also.
There is no discussion because the government does not want to discuss anything. That is the fact.
This is also very serious allegation by
And
the
frankly,
chair.
if the government has given you questions to ask,
No, that's not.
then it's fine. I'll answer them all. I'll answer them all.
Ma'am, very serious allegation on.
It has been nearly 2 months since Australia implemented its world-first ban on social media used for children under 16, a move the federal government says is aimed at reducing online harm to young people. The law, which came into effect on December 10, requires platforms to deactivate existing under 16 accounts and prevent new ones, with companies facing fines of up to 49.5 million Australian dollars for serious or repeated breaches. According to data, social media companies have deactivated or removed more than 4.7 million under 16 accounts so far. Meta says it has removed over 500,000 accounts across Facebook and Instagram, while Snapchat says it has locked or disabled more than 400,000 accounts. The government has called the early figures proof that the ban is working. But on the ground, the impact appears mixed. Many teenagers have said they were never banned or found ways around age checks using altered birthdays, face scans, or other people's identification. Some estimate only around 10% of under 16 users were actually locked out, and many of those later regained access. At the same time, the ban has had real consequences for some. a small number of teens say they've lost access entirely, making it harder to stay in touch with family overseas, while others say being forced off social media has reduced bullying and freed up for time for hobbies and offline connections. So now, viewers, as we're telling you, it has been nearly 2 months, viewers, since Australia implemented its world first ban on social media use for children under 16. And now, of course, viewers, we are going to give you an overview of, now we're going to tell you and how countries have banned social media and how Australia's ban has fared. So let me show you that, viewers. This is rather interesting what we have collated for you. Now, countries who have banned social media, let's talk about Australia, as I was already telling you, enforced a ban on the 10th of December 2025, and the rule is that no social media for under 16. The concerns are cyberbullying and mental health risks. Spain, the enforcement happened in 2026, and the rule is that no social media for under children who are 16 years of age, and the concerns are safer digital environment for children. France. Now, the law is under implementation here, viewers, and the rule is no social media for under 15. The concern is addictive features and digital immaturity. Denmark also has a law which is under implementation. There is a ban for under 15s, exemptions for 13 to 14. The concerns are disrupted sleep, digital pressure. Malaysia, the ban announced, the rule is ban for under 16s, and the concerns are scams and exploitation along with cyberbullying. That's Malaysia for you. We've of course told you about all the countries, viewers, that have already enforced this ban. And this is a rather important decision. Perhaps India should also think on these lines because of the recent case that we've seen, which has affected these young girls. 3 girls have committed suicide. And this, of course, is a very serious problem which has to be addressed, and we've collated all these countries which have enforced a ban so far. But the question really is that when something like this happens in India, should we also look at some solutions, some long-term solutions, viewers, because children are at an age in their teenage years who are very susceptible to altering their, for a game, for perhaps, as we've seen, a game to alter their mindset completely. This is absolutely disturbing what has come to light. And of course, viewers, a case, when something like this happens, it raises a lot of questions, and then people start talking about it. And this has to be addressed, viewers, because as I was telling you on that screen, a lot of countries have banned this just for the fact that, you know, simple things, viewers, like these days a lot of videos are viral online where they talk about how your sleep cycle gets affected if you're on the phone 2 hours prior. And they say that all digital platforms should be shut down 2 hours before you sleep, because that kind of affects your circadian rhythm. And the circadian rhythm is, of course, your sleep cycle, the time you wake up, the time you go to sleep. And they say a digital detox should happen because we're also addicted to our phones, our laptops, and our tablets. So this, of course, viewers, is a concern which has been raised, as I was telling you, and everybody perhaps needs a digital detox. And with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break.
जो भी पके ऐसा पके जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए मीठी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला असली मसाले सच सच MDH
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. It has been nearly 2 months, viewers, since Australia implemented its world first ban on social media used for children under 16. A move the federal government says is aimed at reducing online harm to young people. Now, the law, which came into effect on December 10, requires platforms to deactivate existing under 16 accounts and prevent new ones, with companies facing fines of up to 49.5 million Australian dollars for serious or repeated breaches. According to data, social media companies have deactivated or removed more than 4.7 million under 16 accounts so far. Meta says it has removed over 500,000 accounts across Facebook and Instagram, while Snapchat says it has locked or disabled more than 400,000 accounts. The government has called the early figures proof that the ban is working, but on the ground, the impact appears mixed. Many teenagers have said they were never banned or found ways around age checks using altered birthdays, face scans, or other people's identification. Some estimate only around 10% of under 16 users were actually locked out, and many of those later regained access. At the same time, the ban has had real consequences for some. A small number of teens say they've lost access entirely, making it harder to stay in touch with family overseas, while others say being forced off social media has reduced bullying and freed up time for hobbies and offline connections. Medha Shirin is joining me with more details. Medha, what more can you tell us?
Well, yes, Vaishali. Now, Australia is one of the countries that has come up with a social media ban. The concerns were, of course, in regards to cyberbullying as well as mental health among teenagers within Australia. Of course, Australia is not the only country in the world that has enacted a social media ban for those under the age of 16. There are other countries as well, such as Spain as well as France. Now, if I come on to some of the coverage regarding all of this, the ban rather has been mixed, with many teenagers coming out and saying that, you know what, this social media ban is not working. So reactions to this have been rather mixed. Now, if I come to you, if I talk you through this news article from The Guardian, it says that Snapchat has blocked over 400,000 Australian accounts, but has, you know, as I had reiterated, warned of significant gaps in under 16's social media ban. It has said that, you know, we continue to log more accounts daily, but bypassing all of these, measures that they have put in order for children under 16 to not be present on social media, it's that these children can easily bypass these social media bans. Now, if we talk about this article from ABC, it says that 2 months since the social media ban began and teens say it's not working yet. Now, we have this statement from a teenager who is saying, I thought the ban would be like way more strict, but it ended up being really like chill like nothing happened, and it's completely useless. So in this article, numerous teenagers have reiterated that this ban is not really very effective, and that they have been able to easily bypass this social media ban by showing the driver's license of, let's say, their fathers or their mothers or their elder sisters. Apart from that, we also have this article from SBS News which talks about how teenagers are saying that even despite the ban, they are starting their day a little differently, and and that children are still saying that this ban is not really working, despite the government actually saying that numerous social media accounts have been removed, and that this legislation will help in rather reducing cyberbullying among teenagers. Next, we have this article from the Morning Herald which talks about how people can actually bypass these social media bans, with this article talking about how underage Snapchat users are verifying their accounts by scanning the faces of people who are decades older and of a different gender, thereby exposing a major loophole in the government's policy. Apart from that, we also have another article from ABC talking about how 4.7 million social media accounts were closed in 2 days after this ban began. Apart from that, we have another article from the Sydney Morning Herald talking about the results of this. It's saying that it hasn't helped me from stopping using my electronics, and I still use them the same amount, but I just go to Netflix or listen to stuff right now. So the main consensus, of course, is that the social media ban, various teenagers have come out and said that it is not really working. Back to you, Vaishali.
Thanks for joining me, Medha. And now, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has expressed anguish over the uproar that led to the adjournment of the lower house just before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address. The Speaker said some opposition MPs had misbehaved inside the Lok Sabha chamber, and he had prior information that opposition MPs led by Congress might attempt to create disorder during the PM's address. Om Birla said that he had advised the PM not to come to the Lok Sabha as opposition MPs surrounded his chair. Let's listen in to the reactions that are coming in.
हमारे साथ टीएमसी सांसद शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा है। शत्रुघ्न जी, आज स्पीकर ने जो बात कही है कि हमने प्रधानमंत्री को खुद स्पीच देने से मना किया, आने से मना किया, क्या आप सहमत हैं?
बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं। हमारे कुछ गोदी मीडिया जो है इस बात को चलाएंगे जरूर, लेकिन मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ, संपूर्ण सम्मान के साथ स्पीकर साहब के लिए मैं कह सकता हूँ कि कल मैं भी चश्मदीद गवाह था। ऐसी कोई घटना न घटी और ना ही किन्हीं लोगों का ऐसा इरादा था। हमारी महिलाएं जो हैं, हमारी महिलाएं एम्पावर्ड हैं, हमारी महिलाएं बहुत अच्छी हैं। वो तर्कों में विश्वास रखती हैं, शब्दों में विश्वास रखती हैं, शब्दों के तीर चला सकती हैं, पर ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं घटी और ना घटेगी महिलाओं के जरिए जिसमें मर्यादा का उल्लंघन हो। ये बात अलग है कि कल हमारे लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन राहुल गांधी ने पहले ही भविष्यवाणी कर दी थी, जो हम लोगों की अपेक्षा भी थी कि प्रधानमंत्री नहीं आएंगे बोलने, आज नहीं संसद में आएंगे। उन्होंने तो यहाँ तक कहा था मुझे फेस नहीं कर पाएंगे, इन बातों को रख नहीं पाएंगे। वैसा ही हुआ। और मैं तो यहाँ तक कह सकता हूँ कि अब पार्लियामेंट में जो हो रहा है, पार्लियामेंट जैसे चल रहा है या नहीं चल रहा है, ये हमारे अपेक्षा के अनुसार है। ये स्पीकर साहब का ना कहूँ तो मैं रूलिंग पार्टी की इच्छा के अनुसार है और हमारी अपेक्षा के अनुसार है। हम सब जानते थे कि ये पार्लियामेंट अभी जो है नहीं इस तरह चलेगी, यहाँ पर रोज़ ऐसा व्यवधान पैदा होगा, कई सवालों का जवाब नहीं है, न ट्रेड डील का जवाब उनके पास, न इंडो चाइना रिलेशनशिप पे, फॉरेन पॉलिसी पे बहुत सारी बातों का जवाब है, ना ट्रम्प साहब के बार बार जो कहते हैं फैसला करते हैं, और तथाकथित जो इंडो पाक से लेके अभी जो ट्रेड डील का जो किया है और जो उन्होंने कह दिया कि वेनेजुला से हम तेल खरीदेंगे, चाहे रशिया से हमने तेल खरीदने से मना कर दिया है। रशिया कहता है हमारे पास ऐसा कोई जवाब नहीं है, कुछ नहीं।
केंद्रीय मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह जी हमारे साथ में मौजूद है। गिरिराज जी, संसद में आज भी हंगामा हो रहा है, लोकसभा को आज भी काम नहीं करने दिया जा रहा है और हंगामे में ही राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण को सरकार को पारित करवाना पड़ा।
देखिए, कांग्रेस और कांग्रेस के
एक नेता जिसे हम अबोध बालक कह रहे, वो तो किया ही कि आज संसदीय इतिहास में काले अक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा, लेकिन जो व्यवहार उन्होंने कल किया, जो बातें खुल के आ रही,
प्रधानमंत्री को रोकने की कोशिश की, उनको रोकने के लिए साजिश भी रची गई थी।
रोकने के लिए नहीं, वो तो जिस ढंग से लोग आए उनके चेयर तक, तो सूत्रों के मुताबिक ये लग रहा एक योजना थी प्रधानमंत्री को अब्यूज करना, फिजिकल असल्ट करना, उन पर हमला करना।
आइए, ये थे गिरिराज सिंह, जिनका कहना है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर कल हमला करने की साजिश रची थी विपक्ष ने। संजय शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज दिल्ली।
शिवसेना यूबीटी के सांसद अरविंद सावंत है। अरविंद जी, लोकसभा स्पीकर ने कहा कि मैंने पीएम को मना किया क्योंकि कोई भी अप्रिय घटना घट सकती थी।
नहीं, पहली बात ऐसी है कि वो जो आगे उन्होंने कहा महिलाएं गई हुई, एक तो प्रधानमंत्री आए नहीं थे, सवाल ही नहीं आता। और जिस ढंग से वो जो निशिकांत दुबे ने जो भाषण किया, वो भाषण नहीं था, वो ये संसद के इतिहास को एक ठप्पा था। इतने गंदे शब्द संसद के इतिहास में किसी ने नहीं बोले होंगे। अगर आदरणीय लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष न्यायिक है तो उनको वो भी कहना था कि ऐसे शब्दों का प्रयोग जो हुआ वो भी तो संसद की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचा कर गया। इसके बाद में महिलाएं जो गई वो उसी के लिए गई कि वो भाषण में वो चारित्र्य हनन था। आपको किसी भी नेता के बारे में, उनकी कार्रवाई के बारे में, उनके कारोबार के बारे में टीका टिप्पणी कर सकते, चारित्र्य हनन करना, वो भी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री का, तो इसके बारे में एक लफ्ज नहीं आपके मुंह से आया। अब आप न्यायिक हो ना, तो न्यायिक हो तो फिर ये दूसरी बात भी आती है कि संसद में विपक्ष के प्रतिपक्ष के नेता को तो क्या भाषण करने मिला, उसको भी तो भाषण करने नहीं दिया। अगर प्रधानमंत्री को भाषण नहीं करने मिला, व्यथित होते हो, तो प्रतिपक्ष के नेता को भी भाषण करने नहीं दिया, उसके लिए भी व्यथित होना चाहिए।
स्पीकर तो ये कह रहे हैं कि महिलाएं कुर्सी तक गई थी, ऐसा पहली बार हुआ है।
बात ऐसे कि महिला छोड़ो यार, उसको तुम आप क्या ढोल बजाते हो क्या? गाली गलौज करोगे तो महिला क्या करेगी? ताली बजाएगी क्या? अभी मुझे भी गुस्सा आ रही है। जो गंदे शब्द प्रयोग किए है ना, वो तो उसको पूछने गई ना, तो पूछने भी नहीं जाए क्या?
सांसद और राष्ट्रीय चीफ व्हिप संजय जायसवाल हैं। संजय जी, लगातार लोकसभा स्थगित हो रही है, हंगामे की भेंट चढ़ जा रही है, लेकिन आज स्पीकर ने साफ कर दिया कि पीएम के साथ अप्रिय घटना घट सकती थी, इसलिए मैंने खुद पीएम को आने से मना किया। क्या
घटने तो हम लोग किसी कीमत पर नहीं देते, लेकिन माननीय स्पीकर साहब ने जो कहा है उससे पूरा देश आज दुखी है। और हम लोगों ने खुद देखा कि मैं खुद थर्ड रो में बैठता हूँ प्रधानमंत्री जी के पीछे, वो आकर के सेकेंड रो पार करके खड़ी हैं, सब बैनर्स लेकर के महिलाएं खड़ी हैं। अगर हम लोगों ने वहाँ विरोध प्रकट किया होता तो स्थितियाँ बहुत ही खराब होती। जब से राहुल गांधी नेता विरोधी दल बने हैं, तब से वह जो अपना कांग्रेस पार्टी को जिस तरह चलाते हैं, जिस तरह से वो अपने कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपनी निजी मलकियत समझ के चलाते हैं, और जिस प्रकार वो छुट्टियाँ मनाने म्यांमार हो, बैंकॉक हो, कंबोडिया हो जाते हैं, वह पार्लियामेंट को भी उसी श्रेणी का स्थान समझ लिए हुए हैं, और यह देश के जनतंत्र के लिए बहुत ही दुखद स्थिति है।
लेकिन तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी के महिला सांसदों का ये कहना है, चाहे प्रियंका गांधी हो या कोई और दूसरी, उनका ये कहना है ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, अटैक करने की कोई मंशा नहीं।
कल की तस्वीरें सभी के समक्ष हैं, आप अपने ही टीवी चैनल का रिवाइंड करके कल की तस्वीरें देख लीजिए। जो बातें हैं वो स्पीकर साहब ज़्यादा बेहतर जानते हैं, उनके मार्शल्स हैं, उनकी अपना सिस्टम है। लेकिन अगर कुछ भी होता तो इतनी खराब स्थिति हो जाती, अगर वो उस चेयर पे भी हाथ रख देती तो भाजपा का कोई भी सांसद बर्दाश्त नहीं करता, और स्थितियां बहुत ही नीचे स्तर पे जा सकती थी। लोकसभा स्पीकर जी ने जो ठीक समझा किया, परंतु स्पीकर साहब को भी अब यह निर्णय करने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या करना चाहिए। इस तरह से बड़े बड़े बैनर लेकर के कोई आएगा। वेल में हम 2004 से 14 तक भाजपा विरोधी दल में रही है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को चैलेंज करता हूं कि वह एक तस्वीर दिखा दे जिसमें हम आधा वेल छोड़ करके उस तरफ गया हूं। मुझे याद है कि मैं एक बार आधे से थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ गया था, सुषमा जी ने तुरंत आवाज लगा के हम लोगों को न केवल डांटा बल्कि उन्होंने वेल से सारे सांसदों को बुला लिया कि तुम्हारी हिम्मत कैसे हुई कि तुम लोग ट्रेजरी बेंच की तरफ बढ़ गए।
धन्यवाद। मनोहर केसरी, इंडिया न्यूज दिल्ली। कल लोकसभा में पीएम को बोलने नहीं दिया गया और बीजेपी की ओर से ये कहा जा रहा है कि महिलाएं जो है, महिला सांसद जो है उनकी चेयर तक पहुंच गई और एक तरह से हमला करने की कोशिश थी। इस तरह के आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। क्या
ये लोग फर्जी लोग हैं, फर्जी बातें करते हैं। जिस तरह से नंगा नाच यहाँ इन्होंने किया है और जिस तरह से माइक ऑन था जब दुबे जी बोल रहे थे, बाकी लोग बोलते हैं तो बार बार शिकायत है कि माइक ऑफ हो जाता है। इस तरह की असभ्य भाषा, ये वो लोग हैं जिनका देश की आज़ादी में कोई योगदान नहीं रहा है, तो कम से कम अपना योगदान नहीं रहा तो जिसने आज़ादी में योगदान दिया उसका तो सम्मान करो। ये इनकी भाषा कल संस्कार बता रही है।
धन्यवाद। मनोहर केसरी, इंडिया न्यूज दिल्ली।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को कल लोकसभा में बोलने नहीं दिया गया। सरकार कह रही है कि आज सीधा राज्यसभा में बोल सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री।
मेरा सीधा सा कहना है, प्रधानमंत्री निर्वाचित हुए हैं, भारत की लोकसभा में उनका मंत्रिपरिषद सामूहिक रूप से उत्तरदायी। पहली बार ये देश के इतिहास में और कम से कम मोदी जी के कार्यकाल के इतिहास में होगा कि इंडो अमेरिकन डील और जनरल नरवाना के उद्धरण के बाद जो उन्होंने कह दिया, प्रधानमंत्री इतना नैतिक साहस नहीं जुटा पा रहे हैं कि भारत की जनता, भारत की संसद का सामना कर सके। प्रधानमंत्री जी, कलंकित हुआ है कल देश के लोकतंत्र का इतिहास कि महामहिम राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण का जो रिप्लाई देना था आपको, ये तो आपने अनादर कर दिया है महामहिम राष्ट्रपति का, जो एक शेड्यूल ट्राइब से हैं। आपने उस पद की गरिमा को गिराया है और आप में तो अब नैतिक साहस बचा नहीं। नरवाने की किताब और इंडो अमेरिकन डील, जहां आपने किसानों के हित को बेच दिया है।
बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता नरेश बंसल जी हमारे साथ में मौजूद है। बंसल जी, कल प्रधानमंत्री जी को लोकसभा में विपक्ष ने घेराबंदी करके महिला सांसदों को आगे किया, प्रधानमंत्री का रास्ता रोका और आज राज्यसभा में जब प्रधानमंत्री जी का रिप्लाई होना है तो आज भी विपक्षी दल राज्यसभा में घेराबंदी करेगा। कैसे सर, कैसे प्रधानमंत्री को क्या बोलने नहीं देंगे विपक्षी दल?
लोकतंत्र में ये कांग्रेस का सबसे निचले स्तर का आचरण है। इससे लगता है कि कांग्रेस 1976 के अधिनायकवाद में जा रही है, जिस समय उसने, जब वो सत्ता में थी, विपक्ष के नेताओं को जेल में डाल दिया था, देश को पूरे जेल खाना बना दिया था। उसी मानसिकता में कांग्रेस जी रही है और इस प्रकार का आचरण कर रही है कि अपनी वो बात कहते हैं, हम लोग उनकी बात शांति से सुनते हैं और जब हमारे नेता बात कहने का नंबर आता है तो या तो वॉकआउट कर जाते हैं या उनको बोलने नहीं देते।
कांग्रेस सांसद इमरान मसूद जुड़ चुके हैं। इमरान भाई, कल लोकसभा में जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ और शाम में 5 बजे स्थगित हो गया, पीएम को बोलना था, लेकिन बीजेपी की ओर से ये कहा जा रहा है कि महिला सांसदों ने उनकी कुर्सी को घेर लिया और अटैक करने की कोशिश की। क्या कहेंगे?
तो महिला सशक्तिकरण से घबरा गए आप? महिलाएं नेतृत्व करें तो आप इतना डर क्यों रहे हैं? आप सुनिए लीडर ऑपोजिशन को जवाब दीजिए। आप किस बात को छुपाना चाहते हैं देश से? आप किस बात से इतने खौफजदा हैं कि देश के सामने आ जाएगी तो आपको दिक्कत होगी?
सदन के अंदर आप लोग गलत परंपरा की शुरुआत नहीं कर रहे हैं?
हमने क्या गलत परंपरा शुरुआत करी? आप एक दिन पहले नियम स्पीकर महोदय देते हैं कि कोई किताब से अंश नहीं पढ़ा जाएगा, कोई किताब नहीं दी जाएगी, और नेक्स्ट डे उन बीजेपी के सांसद किताबें लहराते हैं। तो आपकी किताब किताब है, हमारी किताब किताब नहीं है।
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram has spoken on the Lok Sabha Speaker's statement on an attempt to attack PM Modi in the Lok Sabha. He stated, and I quote, "I don't believe there are any unpleasant or risky situations in the House. All members are entitled to be in the House and Parliament is not functioning because the government is not giving the opposition space to have its say." Sanjay Sharma is joining me with more details. Sanjay, what more can you tell us?
देखिए, कल का दिन लोकतंत्र के लिए संसद के इतिहास में ब्लैक स्पॉट था, काला धब्बा था। ये कह दिया है लोकसभा स्पीकर ओम बिरला ने। उन्होंने लोकसभा में अपना स्टेटमेंट देते हुए, बयान देते हुए उन्होंने ये कहा है, बड़ी बात कही है कि लोकसभा में कल कोई बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था अप्रत्याशित घटना घट सकती थी। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अगर लोकसभा में प्रवेश करते आते अगर, तो उनके साथ कुछ भी अप्रत्याशित घटना हो सकती थी। लिहाजा उन्होंने खुद ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से बात करके उनको लोकसभा में सदन में आने से उनको मना किया कि आप ना आए, वरना कोई गंभीर या बड़ी घटना घट सकती है। तो ये इस तरीके का जो बयान है लोकसभा स्पीकर का, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है, बड़ा बयान है, जिसको लेकर के कांग्रेस और विपक्षी दलों की तरफ से आलोचना हो रही है। प्रियंका गांधी ने साफ कहा है कि ऐसी कोई योजना विपक्षी दलों की नहीं थी। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ कोई भी इस तरह की घटना को अंजाम देने के कोई प्रयास नहीं था। ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी स्पीकर ओम बिरला के पीछे छुपने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये अब आप कह सकते हैं कि इसको लेकर के राजनीति शुरू हो चुकी है, चाहे सत्ता पक्ष हो चाहे अपोजिशन हो, दोनों के बीच तो राजनीति शुरू हो चुकी है। हालांकि सत्ता पक्ष का अभी भी यही कहना है कि कांग्रेस ने अपने कुछ महिला सांसदों की टीम बनाई थी जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को फोर्सफुली फिजिकली उनको सदन में आने से रोकने का काम करती, उनके साथ मैंडलिंग करती या कोई अप्रत्याशित घटना को अंजाम देती। तो कल कोई बड़ी घटना घट सकती थी लोकसभा में सदन के भीतर, जिसको भी बखूबी टाला गया प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के द्वारा। वो नहीं आए। राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर जवाब देने की परंपरा रही है हमेशा सदन में, पार्लियामेंट में, लेकिन इस बार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं आए। और उसके पीछे क्या कारण था उसको खुद लोकसभा स्पीकर ओम बिरला ने हाउस में स्टेटमेंट देकर के स्पष्ट किया, क्लेरिफाई किया।
बने रहिए हमारे साथ संजय। Now BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad has slammed the Congress party after Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla stated that women MPs from the opposition plan to attack PM Modi in the Lok Sabha. He stated that this has never happened in the history of the parliament and that the PM was forcibly prevented from speaking. संजय, ये जो नई स्टेटमेंट आ रही है बीजेपी एमपी रविशंकर प्रसाद जो कह रहे हैं, उसके बारे में और क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, रविशंकर प्रसाद हो या केंद्रीय मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह हो, ये जो भी बातें कह रहे हैं ये पूरे सॉलिड इनपुट के आधार पर कह रहे हैं। लोकसभा स्पीकर ओम बिरला भी जो इस तरह के जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं अपोजिशन पार्टी पर, वो उनका कहना है कि उनके पास इस तरह के इनपुट था और उन्होंने किसी तरह से अप्रत्याशित घटना को रोकने की कोशिश की है। अगर कोई बड़ी घटना घट सकती थी कल, जिसको के लिए अपोजिशन पूरी तरह से प्लानिंग कर रहा था, हालांकि अपोजिशन ने साफ तौर से इस बात से इनकार किया है, लेकिन अभी भी सत्ता पक्ष का यही कहना है कि कल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ कोई बड़ा हादसा सदन के भीतर हो सकता था।
शुक्रिया संजय हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Now, Mumbai police have arrested a man for allegedly raping his 20-year-old mentally challenged daughter after DNA tests confirmed his involvement in the case. The case came to light in October 2025 when doctors at a city hospital alerted police after the woman, who is deaf and mute, was brought in with abdominal pain and found to be 5 months pregnant. Due to her communication difficulties, investigators said it was initially hard to determine what had happened or who was responsible. During the investigation, police suspected she had been sexually assaulted multiple times. DNA samples were collected from around 16 people, including relatives and others in her vicinity. The woman later underwent an abortion, and fetal samples were sent for forensic examination. Investigators said the woman did not initially name her father out of fear. During counseling sessions conducted with the help of her child's right and disability support organization, she disclosed that he'd also assaulted her. Shahid Ansari is joining me with more details. Shahid, ये बेहद disturbing और shocking खबर है, आप हमें और क्या बता सकते हैं? Now, the Bombay High Court has denied permission to the 1993 Bombay riots convicted gangster Abu Salim's emergency parole request. Remember, Salim had put in a request to go to Azamgarh to mourn his brother's death. That is the latest that we're getting on this, viewers. What we're sharing with you is information about gangster Abu Salim. The Bombay High Court had denied permission to the 1993 Bombay riots convicted gangster Abu Salim's emergency parole request. And of course, he had put in a request to go to Azamgarh to mourn his brother's death. Of course, gangster Abu Salim is what we're talking about, and this was an emergency parole plea that he'd put out. Rumi Mishra is joining me with more details. Rumi, what more can you tell us?
Yes, Vaishali, well, gangster Abu Salim's bail plea, in fact, parole plea has been denied by the Bombay High Court. Remember, he earlier requested a long 40-day parole, of course, to mourn his brother's death. However, his brother had died a few months ago. The matter was still in court for a long time before the court essentially just heard the matter again and allowed, in fact, did not allow Abu Salim to be given a parole. Over to you, Vaishali.
At least 10 workers were killed in a major explosion at a coal mine in Meghalaya. The incident occurred at a coal mining site in Tashkai, where a powerful blast reportedly triggered the tragedy. According to initial reports, the explosion took place inside the mine, leading to the death of all 10 laborers present at the site. Rescue and recovery operations were carried out following the incident, and authorities are investigating the exact cause of the blast. Sources indicated that the deceased workers are suspected to be from Assam. Nibir Dekka is joining me. Nibir, what more can you tell us?
Well, it is a very unfortunate incident that a blast has happened in one of the coal mine areas in Meghalaya. We are getting to know that 10 workers who are originally from Assam, they have died in this particular explosion, but it is not on a confirmed report because the blast has just occurred and there is already rescue operations going on, but several people are feared to be dead along with injury, and the preliminary efforts is to evacuate the people stuck in that area, and all-out rescue operations are ongoing as we speak.
Nibir, thanks for joining me. Now, Adani Energy Solutions Limited, India's leading integrated energy solutions provider, today became the first player in India and perhaps globally to have successfully delivered 1 crore electricity smart meters across discoms, with the next 1 crore to be delivered in the coming financial year. As India's leading AMISP AESL has a mandate to install 2.5 crore smart meters across 5 states. At 25,000 per day, its pace of installation is highest in the industry. This milestone comes much ahead of the company's guidance of reaching the 1 crore mark by 31st March 2026 and underscores AESL's commitment to drive digital transformation in the much-needed retail electricity distribution, providing invaluable data on consumption and for grid modernization, thereby supporting India's nationwide smart metering rollout under the Government of India's revamped distribution sector scheme. AESL's smart meter network delivers real-time consumer insights, enhances billing transparency and strengthens utility operations. Shikha Salaria is joining me with more details. Shikha, over to you.
Yeah, clearly this has been, touted as a major achievement of Adani Energy Solutions, having delivered landmark 1 crore smart meters across discoms. Now, this clearly means that the company has, sort of capitalized the market of smart meters across India like none other, and it has emerged as the first player in India and perhaps globally to have successfully delivered 1 crore electricity smart meters across discoms. That's what Adani Energy Solutions has said in a statement, and it has also said that the next 1 crore is set to be delivered in the coming financial year. And as India's leading advanced metering infrastructure service provider, it has a mandate to install 2.5 crore smart meters across 5 states. So that's huge, and these 5 states also includes, one of the most politically crucial and one of the largest economies, that's Uttar Pradesh, that happens to go to elections next year. So this happens to be a major, milestone that the company has achieved, and it said that its pace of installation is the highest in the industry, with having achieved a pace of installation of 25,000 per day. So now this clearly is also going to, ramp up the reputation of the company, as the milestone has come ahead of the company's guidance of reaching the 1 crore mark by 31st March of 2026. So that clearly is a major achievement that the company has said that it has achieved as of now. And we're also hoping that, the smart meter network delivers a real-time consumer insight, enhances billing transparency, and strengthens utility operations, because, when it comes to the benefit of consumers, it's important to note that smart meters have also been associated with delays in installation, with difficulty in metering, difficulty in bill generation. These are some of the problems that have been reported across different states, including UP, and that's something that the company now has to look at and deliver. So clearly, when it comes to consumers, there's much to do on the part of the company, as it ensures that it is able to deliver the smart meters to the consumers via its subsidiaries and via the local point of contact and the local distributors. So clearly, this link between the distributor, and the company has to be strengthened to ensure that the end consumer gets, the benefit of this particular achievement of the company.
All right, Shikha, stay on with me now. Ahead of the wedding of Jeet Adani, the youngest son of industrialist Gautam Adani, the Adani family has announced Mangal Seva, a program to support newly married women with disabilities. To begin with, every year, 500 such women will be provided financial assistance of 10 lakh rupees each at his home just 2 days before his own wedding. Jeet Adani met 21 newly married Divyang women and their husbands to launch this initiative. In line with his social philosophy, services meditation, services prayer, and services God. Gautam Adani took to X to express his joy that his son Jeet and daughter-in-law Diva are starting the first chapter of their journey with a virtuous resolution. He said that Jeet and Diva have pledged to Mangal Seva by providing financial assistance of 10 lakh each to 500 newly married women with disabilities. He added that through this sacred initiative, the lives of many disabled daughters and their families will be uplifted with happiness and dignity. Over the past decade, the Adani Foundation has been instrumental in improving the lives of differently abled individuals through a variety of initiatives, including education, skill development programs, livelihood opportunities, and the provision of assistive tools under its flagship project. Swalamban Jeet is a passionate advocate for this cause, driving its vision forward. Shikha, back to you on this.
Clearly, this happens to be one of the initiatives that, has been taken by the company and the Adani family in particular ahead of the wedding of Jeet Adani, the younger son of the industrialist Gautam Adani, who happens to be also one of the richest men of the world. The Adani family has announced Mangal Seva, which is a program to support newly married women with disabilities. What the company has said that to begin with, every year 500 such women will be provided financial assistance of rupees 10 lakh each. And at his home, just 2 days before his own wedding, Jeet Adani has met 21 newly married Divyang women and their husbands to launch this initiative. In fact, Jeet is set to tie the knot with Diva Shah on Friday in Ahmedabad, that is tomorrow. And in line with his social philosophy, services meditation, services prayer, and services God, Gautam Adani has taken to X to express his joy that his son Jeet and his daughter-in-law Diva are starting the first chapter of their journey with a virtuous resolution. He said that Jeet and Diva have pledged to Mangal Seva by providing financial assistance of rupees 10 lakh each to 500 newly married women with disabilities. And he's also added that that through this sacred initiative, the lives of many disabled daughters and their families will be uplifted with happiness and dignity. Currently, Jeet Adani is the director of Adani Airport Holdings, which is India's largest airport infrastructure company, with 8 airports in its management and development portfolio. Apart from the airports business, he oversees the Adani Group's defense, petrochemicals, and copper businesses. He is also in charge of the group's digital transformation and inspired by Preeti Adani, that is his mother, who evolved the Adani Foundation from a small rural project in Mundra of Gujarat into a global force for change. Jeet is keenly interested in philanthropic initiatives with a focus on supporting people with disabilities.
All right, Shikha, thanks for joining me. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah is addressing a gathering on the agreement between the Union Government, Nagaland Government and Eastern Nagaland People's Organizations. Sign, let's cut across.
मित्रों, आप सभी का गृह मंत्रालय में स्वागत है। आज का दिन विवाद मुक्त उत्तर पूर्व, विवाद मुक्त नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उग्रवाद मुक्त, हिंसा मुक्त, विवाद मुक्त और विकसित नॉर्थ ईस्ट की जो कल्पना कर रही है, उसमें आज हम एक कदम और आगे बढ़े हैं। 11-12 साल पहले पूरे उत्तर पूर्व के अंदर कई सारे हथियारी ग्रुप हमें दिखाई पड़ते थे। कई सारे छोटे छोटे विवाद उत्तर पूर्व की शांति को बिखराव की दिशा में ले जाते थे और कई सारे अंतरराज्यीय डिस्प्यूट्स भी राज्यों की शांति को भंग कर देते। 2021-22 के चुनाव में ENPO के सारे लोग मुझे मिलने आए थे। मैंने ही बुलाया था क्योंकि उन्होंने चुनाव का बहिष्कार करने का ऐलान किया था। तब मेरी उनसे बात हुई थी कि ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार है, वो हर विवाद का समाधान ढूंढना चाहती है। आप भरोसा करिए, डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस में हिस्सा लीजिए, आपको उचित न्याय और सम्मान दोनों जरूर मिलेगा। और मुझे आज बड़ा हर्ष हो रहा है कि गृह मंत्रालय के अधिकारियों ने एक लंबे समय तक ENPO और नागालैंड सरकार दोनों के बीच में ब्रिज का काम कर आज ये विवाद का समाधान की समाप्ति पर हम पहुंचे हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि ENPO देश का महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। नेपा के बैकग्राउंड से इसकी कूटनीतिक महत्व को भी हम सब जानते हैं। और नागालैंड के रचना के बाद सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से ईस्टर्न नागालैंड के नागरिकों के मन में एक भाव था कि हमें न्याय नहीं मिल रहा है। जब चुनाव के वक्त ही मैंने रियो जी से बात करी थी, रियो जी ने बड़े हर्ष के साथ कहा था कि ENPO की सारी मांगों को हम बड़े मन के साथ सुनेंगे भी, चर्चा भी करेंगे और स्वीकारेंगे भी। तो आज मैं श्री रियो जी का भी धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि नागालैंड सरकार ने और नागालैंड के उनके मंत्रिमंडल के साथियों और दोनों सांसदों ने बहुत बड़े मन के साथ इस नेगोशिएशन को लॉजिकल अंत तक, लॉजिकल एंड तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। बहुत बड़ी बात है। और एक दो चीज छोड़कर सारे मुद्दे क्लियर हो गए हैं। हमने 2019 से ही अब तक 12 महत्वपूर्ण समझौते नॉर्थ ईस्ट में करे हैं। NLFD का समझौता हो, ब्रू समझौता हो, कार्बी समझौता हो, आदिवासी समझौता हो, बोडो समझौता हो, DNLA का समझौता हो या त्रिपुरा समझौता हो, और अब ENPO। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की एक परंपरा रही है कि जो समझौते हुए हैं उसको हम पूर्णतया इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए भी प्रयासरत रहते हैं। मैं आज ENPO के साथियों को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारत सरकार, नागालैंड सरकार ने तो एग्रीमेंट कर ही अपना दायित्व तय किया है, मगर भारत सरकार भी ईस्टर्न नागालैंड के डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारी मदद भी करेगी और जिम्मेदारी भी उठाएगी। हमें कोई संशय न नागालैंड सरकार पर न भारत सरकार पर रखने की जरूरत है। हर साल एक निश्चित राशि भी तय की जाएगी और आपके एस्टेब्लिशमेंट के लिए का शुरुआती खर्चा भी भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय देगा। आज एक बहुत बड़े लंबे समय से चलते हुए विवाद का सुखद अंत हो रहा है और इसका महत्व इसलिए ज्यादा है कि ईएनपीओ और नागालैंड सरकार ने ही आपस में चर्चा कर इस समझौते को एक शेप दिया है और लॉजिकल एंड तक पहुंचा है। तो अंत में मैं फिर से एक बार ईस्टर्न नागालैंड के सारे नागरिकों को, ईएनपीओ के संघर्षरत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को और नागालैंड के मुख्यमंत्री, उनकी कैबिनेट और मेरे सांसद साथी भाई बहन सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आज नागालैंड के अंदर सारे विवाद समाप्त होने की दिशा में हम एक कदम और आगे बढ़े हैं और अब ईस्टर्न नागालैंड के विकास के बीच में कोई रोड़ा नहीं रहेगा। भारत सरकार और नागालैंड सरकार दोनों साथ में रहकर ईस्टर्न नागालैंड को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए पूरा जोर लगाएंगे। फिर से एक बार सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
all honorable present members of the NPO and the tribal representatives of the So I would like to thank all of you and that's such a historical initiative and which has happened today and it is overall work of last so many years. Especially I would like to thank the top team and the लगातार पिछले कई सालों की चर्चाएं की और आज उसका एक समापन एक थैंक यू सर।
आइए ये सब सबको मिल लेते
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, जल जीवन मिशन के माध्यम से 12.5 करोड़ नए ग्रामीण परिवारों तक नल से जल पहुंचाया गया है। इसमें अकेले पिछले 1 वर्ष में 1 करोड़ परिवार जुड़े हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, उज्ज्वला योजना के माध्यम से 10 करोड़ से अधिक परिवारों को एलपीजी कनेक्शन दिए गए हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मोदी सरकार के लिए समृद्ध किसान ही विकसित भारत की पहली शर्त है। इसी भावना के साथ पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के अंतर्गत किसानों के खातों में 4 लाख करोड़ से अधिक की राशि सीधे डीबीटी के माध्यम से हस्तांतरित की गई है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत में 330 मिलियन टन खाद्यान्न उत्पादन का रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। साथ ही 150 मिलियन टन चावल उत्पादन के साथ भारत विश्व में शीर्ष पर है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सरकार कृषि उत्पादों का आयात कम करने के लिए काम कर रही है। खाद्य, तेल, तिलहन और दलहन में आयात निर्भरता कम करने के लिए राष्ट्रीय मिशन के माध्यम से आत्मनिर्भरता के दिशा में ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्णायक नेतृत्व में सरकार ने मध्यम वर्ग को राष्ट्र निर्माण के केंद्र में रखा है। सही नीतियों के कारण आज आम नागरिक अधिक आय अर्जित कर रहे हैं, अधिक बचत कर पा रहे हैं और आत्मविश्वास के साथ खर्च भी कर रहे हैं। सरकार द्वारा 12 लाख तक की आय को मुक्त करने का ऐतिहासिक निर्णय मध्यम वर्ग के लिए अभूतपूर्व राहत लेकर आया है और इस निर्णय ने अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति प्रदान की है। नई पीढ़ी की जीएसटी सुधारों से देश के नागरिकों को लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ की बचत प्राप्त हुई है, जिसका प्रभाव 2025 में दो पहिया वाहनों के पंजीकरण के 2 करोड़ के पार पहुंचने से स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई गया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, दुनिया आज भारत के डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का लोहा मान रही है, जहां सरकारी योजनाओं का 100% लाभ बिना किसी विचलिए के लिए सीधे लाभार्थियों के बैंक खाते में पहुंच रहा है। डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर डीबीटी के माध्यम से केवल 1 वर्ष में 6.75 लाख करोड़ से अधिक की राशि सीधे लाभार्थियों तक पहुंची है। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने स्वीकार किया था कि गरीबों के लिए भेजे गए 1 रुपये में से केवल 15 पैसे ही उन तक पहुंचते हैं। इस सरकार ने उसी टूटी हुई व्यवस्था को बदला है और आज हर रुपया सही लाभार्थी तक पहुंचा रहा है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी मोदी सरकार ने मनरेगा के में जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा था, वो भ्रष्टाचार जो कांग्रेस के नेताओं के खाते में जो जमा रहते थे, खोटे खोटे बिल रखे, खोटे खोटे लेबर बना के वो कर रहे थे, उसीलिए हमारी नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने जी राम जी बिल ला के भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त और सभी लाभार्थियों को सीधा बेनिफिट मिले, ये जी राम जी बिल ला के, इसलिए सरकार, मोदी सरकार को भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। दशकों तक महत्व गुणवत्ता स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं कुछ गिने चुने लोगों तक ही सीमित रही थी, जबकि गरीब अपने हाल पर छोड़ दिया गए। मोदी सरकार ने नागरिकों के स्वास्थ्य को शासन में केंद्र में रखकर इसी स्थिति को बदला। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्वास्थ्य योजना आयुष्मान भारत से देश भर के अस्पतालों में 11 करोड़ से अधिक निःशुल्क उपचार किए जा चुके हैं, जिनमें पिछले वर्ष 2.5 करोड़ गरीब लाभार्थी शामिल है। वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए विशेष ध्यान देते हुए लगभग 1 करोड़ वय वंदना कार्ड जारी किए गए हैं तथा 8 लाख बुजुर्गों को निःशुल्क उपचार मिला है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, पीएम जीवन ज्योति बीमा योजना और पीएम सुरक्षा बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत 26,000 करोड़ से अधिक की दावा राशि का भुगतान कर आर्थिक सुरक्षा प्रदान की गई है। देश भर में 1.8 लाख आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं घर घर तक पहुंची है। यह स्वास्थ्य भारत की यात्रा है, जहां स्वास्थ्य सेवा दान नहीं बल्कि अधिकार है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण को मैं समर्थन करता हूं और सभी दल के नेताओं को बोलता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण के सब सम्मति से अपने ये प्रस्ताव किया जाना चाहिए। और माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, पीएम हमारे जहां गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री थे, तभी हमारा गुजरात का मॉडल लेके आए। उसको पीएम ने संकल्प किया है कि जैसा गुजरात का विकास किया है, ऐसा ही सारा देश का विकास करना है। इस संकल्प के साथ हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी साहब बड़ा प्रधान जी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उसको भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ये राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण को मैं समर्थन करता हूं। धन्यवाद जी।
Now, Honorable Premji to reply the discussion. Please take your seat. Now, please take your seat. Now, when the Prime Minister is on his legs, please take your seat.
आदरणीय सभापति जी, राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए
This is not correct. Please take your seat. This is not correct. Please take your seat. No. Please take your seat. आप बैठिए प्लीज, आप बैठिए प्लीज। प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज ऑन हिज लेग्स, प्लीज आप बैठिए, प्लीज आप बैठिए।
आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन के लिए इस सदन में अपनी भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, विकसित भारत की यात्रा में बीते वर्ष देश के तेज प्रगति से विकास के वर्ष रहे हैं।
Nothing will go on record except Prime Minister's
जीवन
speech.
के हर क्षेत्र में, समाज के हर वर्ग को उनके जीवन में परिवर्तन का एक कालखंड रहा है। एक सही दिशा में तेज गति से देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने बहुत ही बढ़िया तरीके से पूरी संवेदनशीलता के साथ उन्होंने
This is not correct.
इस विषय को
Sit your seat.
हम
please.
सबके सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मेरी एक प्रार्थना है, आदरणीय खड़गे जी की उम्र देखते हुए वो बैठ करके भी नारे बोल सकते हैं तो अच्छा होगा, ताकि उनको कष्ट न हो। पीछे नौजवान बहुत लोग हैं, तो खड़गे जी को
No.
आप बैठते बैठते भी
When you are speaking, they are listening. You are
नारे
listening.
बोलने की अनुमति दे दीजिए। आदरणीय सभापति जी, राष्ट्रपति जी ने इस देश के मध्यम वर्ग, इस देश के निम्न मध्यम वर्ग, इस देश के गरीब, इस देश के गांव, इस देश के किसान, महिलाएं, विज्ञान हो, प्रौद्योगिकी हो, कृषि हो, सभी विषयों को लेकर के बहुत ही विस्तार से भारत के प्रगति का एक स्वर संसद में गूंजा है। देश के नौजवान भारत के सामर्थ्य को कैसे आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, इसकी भी विस्तार से चर्चा की है। हर वर्ग के सामर्थ्य को उन्होंने शब्दांकित किया है, और इतना ही नहीं, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के प्रति एक विश्वास व्यक्त किया है। ये अपने आप में हम सबके लिए प्रेरक है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, 21वीं सदी का प्रथम क्वार्टर पूरा हो चुका है, लेकिन ये दूसरा क्वार्टर जैसे पिछली शताब्दी में भारत की आजादी के जंग में दूसरा क्वार्टर बहुत ही निर्णायक बना था। मैं साफ साफ देख रहा हूं कि विकसित भारत के निर्माण की दिशा में ये दूसरा क्वार्टर भी उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान होने वाला है, उतना ही तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाला है। और इसलिए आदरणीय सभापति जी, राष्ट्र का हर व्यक्ति ये महसूस कर रहा है कि एक अहम पड़ाव पर हम पहुंच चुके हैं। अब न हमें रुकना है, न हमें पीछे मुड़ करके देखना है। हमें आगे ही आगे देखना है, एक गति से चलना है और लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करके ही हमें सांस लेनी है। उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Nothing to go on without except the Prime Minister's speech.
आदरणीय सभापति जी, वर्तमान में अगर हम देखें तो भारत के भाग्य के अनेक सुयोग एक साथ हमें नसीब हुए। ये अपने आप में बहुत ही उत्तम संयोग है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। सबसे बड़ी बात है, विश्व के समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी बुजुर्ग होते जा रहे हैं। वहां की आबादी उम्र के उस पड़ाव पर पहुंची है हम जिन्हें बुजुर्ग के रूप में जानते हैं। हमारा देश ऐसा है जो विकास की नई ऊंचाइयां छू रहा है। उसी समय दिनों दिन हमारा देश युवा होता जा रहा है, युवा आबादी वाला देश है। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत अच्छा सुयोग है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, दूसरी तरफ मैं देख रहा हूं जिस प्रकार से विश्व का भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और उसमें भी विश्व भारत की टैलेंट का महात्म्य समझ रहा है। हमारे पास आज दुनिया का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण टैलेंट पूल है, युवा टैलेंट पूल है, जिसके पास सपने भी हैं, संकल्प भी है, सामर्थ्य भी है। और इसलिए ये दूसरा सुयोग है। शक्ति का आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, भारत आज विश्व में जो चुनौतियां पैदा हो रही है, उन चुनौतियों का समाधान देने वाला एक देश आशा की किरण बना हुआ है और हम समाधान दे रहे हैं। वैसा ही एक महत्वपूर्ण सुयोग है कि आज मेजर इकोनॉमी में भारत का ग्रोथ बहुत हाई है और हाई ग्रोथ और लो इन्फ्लेशन ये बहुत ही यूनिक संयोग है और ये हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था की मजबूती को प्रदर्शित करता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हम जिस गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जब हमें देश की जनता ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया तब फ्रेजाइल 5 के रूप में ये देश जाना जाता था। जब हमें अवसर मिला तब देश आजाद हुआ, तब हम दुनिया में 6 नंबर की इकोनॉमी थे, लेकिन इन लोगों ने ऐसा एक हाल करके रखा कि 11 पे पहुंचा दिया। आज हम 3 पर जाने की दिशा में तेज गति से आदरणीय सभापति जी, आज कोई भी सेक्टर देश कीजिए, चाहे साइंस हो, चाहे स्पेस हो, चाहे स्पोर्ट्स हो, हर क्षेत्र में आज भारत एक कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ भारत है। कोविड के बाद विश्व में जो स्थितियां पैदा हुई और ऐसी नई नई चीजें जुड़ती गई, आज दुनिया संभल नहीं पा रही है। ऐसे में साफ साफ नजर आ रहा है कि दुनिया एक नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर की तरफ, नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद एक वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर बना था, अब एक नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ विश्व बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी खुशी की बात है, सारी घटनाओं का और राजनीतिक तरीके से निष्पक्ष भाव से विश्लेषण करेंगे तो झुकाव भारत की तरफ है। विश्व मित्र के रूप में, विश्व बंधु के रूप में आज भारत अनेक देशों का विश्वस्त पार्टनर बना है और हम कंधे से कंधा मिला करके विश्व कल्याण की दिशा में भी अपनी उचित भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, अपने सामर्थ्य से सहाय भी कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, आज पूरा विश्व ग्लोबल साउथ की चर्चा करता है, लेकिन उस चर्चा के सूत्रधार के रूप में आज भारत वैश्विक मंचों पर ग्लोबल साउथ की बुलंद आवाज बन गया है। अनेक देशों के साथ आज भारत फ्यूचर रेडी ट्रेड डील्स कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ ही समय में दुनिया के महत्वपूर्ण 9 बड़े देशों के साथ 9 बड़े हमारे ट्रेड डील हुए हैं और उसमें मदर ऑफ ऑल डील एक साथ 27 देशों के साथ, यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ। जो लोग थक गए, बेचारे चले गए, लेकिन कभी न कभी उनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि देश की ऐसी हालत कैसे बना के रखी थी कि दुनिया का कोई देश हमसे डील करने के लिए आगे नहीं आता था। आपने कोशिश की होगी, पीछे 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 बहुत चक्कर लगाए होंगे, लेकिन किसी ने आपकी तरफ देखा भी नहीं होगा। क्या स्थिति ऐसे पैदा की? दुनिया के देश ऐसे ही भारत के साथ डील नहीं कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी बात है, डेवलप कंट्रीज एक डेवलपिंग कंट्री के साथ डील करता है ना, वो अपने आप में भी अर्थ जगत के लिए बहुत बड़ा और मेरे लिए नई बात नहीं है। जब मुझे गुजरात में सेवा करने का अवसर मिला था तो मैं एक वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट करता था और मेरे लिए गर्व की बात थी कि एक स्टेट, हिंदुस्तान का एक स्टेट, मेरी इस वाइब्रेंट समिट के पार्टनर कंट्री, डेवलप कंट्री जापान हुआ करता था। एक राज्य ने सामर्थ्य दिखाया था, आज मेरा देश है सामर्थ्य दिखा रहा है। ये तब होता है जब आपके पास आर्थिक सामर्थ्य हो, आपके पास आपके नागरिकों के अंदर, देशवासियों में एक ऊर्जा हो और खास करके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम हो, तब जाकर के विश्व आपके साथ डील करने के लिए आगे आता है। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में डूबे हुए लोगों ने कभी भी देश के ऐसे अनेक पहलुओं पर मजबूती देनी चाहिए, ये कभी उनकी प्राथमिकता नहीं रही और उसी का परिणाम है। और जहां तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का सवाल है, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं और मेरे शब्दों पे भरोसा नहीं तो मैं देश को लोगों को कहूं, कुछ मत करो, सिर्फ लाल किले से कांग्रेस के प्रधानमंत्रियों के जो भाषण है, सिर्फ उन भाषणों का एनालिसिस कर लो, आपको साफ साफ लगेगा कि न उनके पास कोई सोच थी, न उनके पास कोई विजन था और न ही कोई इच्छा शक्ति थी। और इसका परिणाम है कि देश को इतना भुगतना पड़ा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं कोटि कोटि देशवासियों का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने सेवा करने का अवसर दिया। हमारी काफी शक्ति उनकी गलतियों को ठीक करने में जा रही है। दुनिया के मन में जो उनके समय की छवि है, उस छवि को धोने में मेरी ताकत लगती है। ऐसा बर्बाद करके रखा हुआ था और इस काम के लिए हमने फ्यूचर रेडी पॉलिसीज पर बल दिया है। और आज आपने देखा होगा, देश नीति के आधार पर चल रहा है, पॉलिसीज के आधार पर चल रहा है। एडवोकेज्म को हमने त्याग कर दिया है और उसके कारण विश्व का विश्वास बनता है। हमने रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मंत्र को लेकर के आगे बढ़े और आज स्थिति ऐसी है कि देश रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार हो चुका है। हमने स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं, प्रोसेस से जुड़े रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं, पॉलिसीज में रिफॉर्म किए हैं। हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, हमारे उद्यमी ये सशक्त हो, भारत की हर चीज का वैल्यू एडिशन हो, उस दिशा में हमने प्रयास किया है। और मैं आज विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं, आज भारत विश्व के साथ स्पर्धा करने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार है। जब मैं विश्व के सीईओ फोरम की समिट देखता हूं, आज दुनिया हमारे उद्यमियों को समानता के रूप में देखती है। और जब पिछले दिनों सभी दलों के डेलीगेशन विश्व में गए थे, ये भाव उन्होंने भी अनुभव किया और आकर के मुझे सभी दल के माननीय सांसदों ने अपने अनुभव बता रहे थे, बड़ा गर्व से कह रहे थे कि हाँ, बराबरी से बात हो रही है। ये हमारे लिए अपने आप में बात है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, एमएसएमई का बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क जितना सामर्थ्यवान होता है, वो लंबे अरसे तक इकोनॉमी को एक ताकत देता है। हमने उस दिशा में बल दिया और हमने कई रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। आज हमारे एमएसएमई नेटवर्क पर दुनिया का भरोसा बढ़ रहा है। बड़े बड़े हो सकता है हम हवाई जहाज नहीं बना देंगे, लेकिन कई हवाई जहाज है जिसमें कई पुर्जे मेरे देश के छोटे छोटे एमएसएमई बना रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, देश में हुए इन प्रयासों का नतीजा सबके सामने है। बड़े बड़े देश भारत के साथ व्यापारिक संबंध बनाने के लिए बहुत ही आतुर है। यूरोपीय संघ का ट्रेड डील हो, अमेरिका के साथ अब ये भी हुआ जो ट्रेड डील हो, और कल हमारे पीयूष जी ने सदन में विस्तृत जानकारी भी दी है, और पूरा विश्व खुल करके इस ट्रेड डील का तारीफ कर रहा है। और उसमें जब यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ ट्रेड डील हुआ तो विश्व को भरोसा हुआ कि अब वैश्विक स्तर पर स्थिरता की संभावना बढ़ेगी। अमेरिका के साथ ट्रेड डील होने के बाद विश्व को और भरोसा हो गया कि जो स्थिरता की एहसास हो रहा था, अब गति का भी एहसास होने लगा है। अब विश्व के लिए शुभ संकेत। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ हमारे देश के नौजवानों को होगा। और जब मैं नौजवान कहता हूं तो उसमें मध्यम वर्ग का भी नौजवान होता है, शहर का नौजवान भी होता है, गांव का नौजवान भी होता है, बेटा भी होती है, बेटी भी होती है। और इसलिए उसे टुकड़ों में न देखा जाए। मेरे देश के युवा के सामर्थ्य का हमें गौरव करना चाहिए, और उनके लिए पूरा विश्व बाजार अब खुल चुका है। अब उनके लिए अवसर ही अवसर है। और मैं उनको कहता हूं, आइए दोस्तों, मैं आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़ा हूं। हिम्मत कीजिए, बढ़िए। देश आपके साथ खड़ा है और दुनिया आपका स्वागत करने के लिए इंतजार कर रही है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जिस प्रकार से दुनिया में हमारे युवा प्रोफेशनल्स की मांग बढ़ रही है, इवन केयर गिवर्स की मांग बढ़ रही है, हर कोई मिलता है हमें इस प्रकार के लोग चाहिए। कुछ लोग तो अपना स्पेशल ऑफिस यहां बना रहे हैं रिक्रूट करने के लिए, योग्य टैलेंट की खोज के लिए। इसका मतलब हुआ कि भारत के प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए भी विश्व में बहुत बड़े अवसर बन रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संसद का उच्च सदन, ये एक प्रकार से राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। और जो चर्चा की बारीकियां मैंने देखी, मेरा मन कहता है कि थोड़ा स्तर इसका ऊपर होना चाहिए था, और वहां से तो ज्यादा होना चाहिए। वो तो कितने साल तक सरकारों में रहे हैं, वहां से जरा चर्चा का स्तर ऊंचा होना चाहिए था। लेकिन उन्होंने ये मौका भी गंवा दिया। देश उन पर कैसे भरोसा कर सकता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं कल एक माननीय सदस्य को सुन रहा था। यूं तो वो अपने आप को राजा कहलाने में बहुत गर्व करते हैं, लेकिन वे आर्थिक असमानता की चर्चा कर रहे थे। बताइए, जो खुद को राजा माने और वो आर्थिक असमानता की बात करे, तो आपको लगता है कि क्या यही देखने के बाकी रह गए थे क्या? आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमारे टीएमसी के साथियों ने काफी कुछ कहा। जरा खुद को अपने गरेबा में देखें। निर्मम सरकार पतन के जितने भी पैरामीटर्स हैं, उन सब पैरामीटर्स में नए नए रिकॉर्ड बनाते जा रहे हैं, और यहां उपदेश दे रहे हैं। क्या हाल करके रखा हुआ है। ऐसी निर्मम सरकार से वहां के लोगों का भविष्य अंधकार के अंदर डूब रहा है, लेकिन इनको कोई परवाह नहीं है। सत्ता सुख के सिवाय कोई आकांक्षा नहीं, और वे यहां उपदेश देते हैं। घुसपैठ, दुनिया का समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी अपने यहां गैर कानूनी नागरिकों को बाहर निकाल रहा है। हमारे देश में घुसपैठियों को बचाने के लिए अदालतों को तब तक प्रेशर पैदा किया जा रहा है। मेरे देश का नौजवान कैसे ऐसे लोगों को माफ करेगा जो घुसपैठियों की वकालत करने के लिए ताकत लगा रहे हैं। और घुसपैठिए मेरे देश के नौजवानों के हक छीन रहे हैं, उनकी रोजी रोटी छीन रहे हैं। आदिवासियों की जमीन छीन रहे हैं, बेटे बेटियों के जिंदगी पर खतरे पैदा हो रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके लिए महिलाओं पर अत्याचार होते रहे। सत्ता नीति के सिवा कुछ करना नहीं, और वो यहां पर हमें उपदेश दे रहे हैं। और ऐसे चिंताजनक सभी विषयों पर आंखें मूंद करके बैठे हुए वो लोग हैं। एक हमारे माननीय सदस्य काफी कुछ बोल रहे थे, जिनकी पूरी सरकार शराब में डूब गई, जिनके शीश महल घर घर में नफरत का कारण बन गए, और शायद उनको ब्लैक शब्द ज्यादा पसंद है। हर एक का अपना अपना एक भूतकाल होता है। पता नहीं ब्लैक के साथ उनका क्या पुराना रिश्ता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ऐसे सभी साथियों से मैं आज जरूर कहूंगा, तुम कितना दुनिया को धोखा दोगे, तुम कितना दुनिया को धोखा दोगे। आईना देख लिया तो अपनी सच्चाई कहां छिपाओगे। कांग्रेस हो, टीएमसी हो, डीएमके हो, लेफ्ट हो, ये दशकों से केंद्र में सत्ता में रहे हैं, सत्ता के भागीदार रहे हैं। राज्यों में भी उनको सरकारें चलाने का अवसर मिला है, लेकिन उनकी पहचान क्या बनी है?